Boom. What's going on, y'all? Astralarius here, Black Hole Radio. Catching up on the news. Trump signing executive orders, trying to catch up on that. And then some interesting immigration arguments I don't think have been heard, or at least are normal arguments. And just some hypotheses and kind of tangents that I want to go down. So, hopefully, at the end of this, we could play some Fallout and all get along. But let's get into some news for the day here. Starting off slow. Hope y'all are having a good day/night, wherever y'all are coming from.
Ready? Well, thank you very much. As you know, we passed the continuing resolution in the Republican House today. It was an amazing vote, actually. It showed we want to keep things going and going properly. It was good for a lot of reasons. The Republicans want to keep government open. But in the Senate, we have 53 Republicans total, and we need 60 votes. That means we need Democrat votes. I want to thank Senator John Fetterman. He wants to keep the country open. We're doing so well as a country. We're doing probably better than ever before. If you look at the stock market and other indicators, we have tremendous investment coming in, record investment coming. Everything's going well, but the Democrats are unhappy about that because they don't want it to go well. I think they actually dislike our country greatly. So they want to shut down the country. They want to have open borders. They want to stop the fighting of crime, where we've been very successful. The D.C., as you know, Washington, D.C. is it's a hot place right now. Everyone's having dinners. They're going out all over. There's very little crime. They haven't seen numbers like this in many, many years. And other places, as you know, we're going into Memphis. We'll soon be going into Chicago. We've already had people out there and in there, and FBI's been there. We've brought the numbers down, but we're going to be bringing them down a whole lot. But I guess they want crime and we fight crime, and it's a pretty big difference. They want to have men play in women's sports. They want transgender for everybody. And if they don't get everything that they want, all these things that they want that are proven so badly, they want to close our government down. We're not going to let bad things happen to our country. We're not going to approve things that we shouldn't be approving. Just today, the House Democrats voted against condemning the political assassination of Charlie Kirk. Who could vote against that? Condemning all that?
That is odd to me. I don't know if there was anything connected to it, but if it was simply to condemn the killing of it, people voting against it, that sounds so odd to me. But obviously, it could be political. I am curious of the reasoning. I'm going to have to look into that. While this is playing, I'm going to look that up.
They're saying, please condemn the assassination of a human being. And they said, no, then we're not going to do that. Remember this, we had an election a very short time ago. Republicans won presidential. We won the popular vote by a lot. We won all 7 swing states. We won the Electoral College by a lot. We won most U.S. counties in a total landslide. So we won most. It's a very big statistic. We won the counties in a number that I don't believe has been hit before. 2,600 counties versus 525 counties for the Democrats. So the Democrats really should start respecting what takes place at the voter booth. In many cases, it's not a voter booth because they have mail-in voting, which is a very corrupt situation. But despite that, we won in a landslide. And we have to remember, when you win the election, elections have consequences. So we'll continue to talk to the Democrats, but I think you could very well end up with a closed country for a period of time. And we'll take care of the military. We'll take care of Social Security.
This is actually really short. I think this is the resolution. Let me see if I can pull this up for y'all. You're probably not going to be able to see all of it, but really quick. Resolution. Condemning the assassination of Charlie Kirk and honoring his life and legacy. Whereas Charlie Kirk was horrifically assassinated on September 10th, 2025 at Utah Valley University while speaking to a large group of college students. Whereas Charlie was a devoted husband, father, and Christian. Whereas in 2012, Charlie Kirk founded Turning Point USA, a conservative campus advocacy group that quickly became one of the fastest growing college campus chapter organizations in the country. And whereas Charlie Kirk frequently engaged college students of all political backgrounds in open debates and discussion, encouraging civil discourse on college campuses and among college students. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Senate condemns the assassination of Charlie Kirk in the strongest possible terms. 2. Extends its deepest condolences and sympathies to Charlie Kirk's family, including his wife, Erica, and their 2 young children. And 3. Honoring Charlie Kirk's commitment to the constitutional principles of civil discussion and debate between all people of the United States, regardless of political affiliation. If this was simply the resolution and they voted against it, I really want to hear their arguments for voting against it. If this is all that it states, I'm very curious about that. But anyway, back to President Trump here.
Take care of the things that we have to take care of. A lot of the things that Democrats fight for, which in many cases aren't very good things, will not be able to be paid. So we'll watch and see how they do with that. They'll have to handle their constituents pretty carefully. So we're proud to announce that we won the House. We did fine in the Senate, but we need 60 votes. So we have 53 senators, and we need 60 votes. That means the Democrats have to vote in the Senate. And I don't think they will be voting. Now, what we are doing, we're really here today to talk about something else, which is the gold card, which is going to bring a lot of money into our country, which is going to reduce taxes and lots of other good things. But
I see, Robert King, you said there's a lot of weird stuff going on with Kirk killing. I've covered some of it, at least yesterday or the day before. I don't know if there's new information. I imagine we'll circle back to it. With what I saw previously a couple days ago, I was leaning towards the quote-unquote official story. I don't know if there's been new information, but I know like one of the big things out there right now, ideas, conspiracies, whatever you want to call it, is that Kirk was shot from behind and not the front, which, contradicts the official story. People were saying that, the bullet not having an exit wound contradicts the official story, or that it should have an exit wound and then it's unlikely that it wouldn't. Some people say blah, blah, blah. So if there is new information, please let me know. But otherwise, that's where I'm at right now.
We'll save that for a little bit later. Why don't we do this first, and then we'll talk about the gold card, okay? Any questions, Jeff?
Your call with President Xi, sir, President Xi, your call this morning with President Xi.
It was great. I had a great call with President Xi, and as you know, he approved the TikTok deal. And we're in the process. We have some great investors, some of the biggest in the world, American investors, great people. And we look forward to getting that deal closed.
Is it fully approved? The Chinese statements didn't necessarily
Well,
indicate that.
I think so. When you say fully approved, I don't know what that means. We have to get it signed. I guess there could be a formality. I found his word to be very good. President Xi and I had a long talk. We talked for almost 2 hours. And started at 8 o'clock in the morning. And I think it was a very good talk. We talked about trade, we talked about war, we talked about a lot of things. We talked about Russia, Ukraine, obviously, and Gaza. Talked about a lot of subjects. It was a long call, it was a good call. We have a very good relationship. But the TikTok deal is well on its way, as you know, and the investors are getting ready.
I don't see anybody complaining about the TikTok deal. I haven't seen that in chat. I don't know if anybody has negative feelings towards it. If you do, please let us know. What's going on, Slow and Low? Appreciate you. You said xenomorph. You said, or not xenomorph. No, I definitely agree. That's definitely a thing. Damn. Where were you? Somebody's saying they saw somebody clicking a detonator or something. I have seen weird videos around it. People just moving in weird ways. But again, I don't know if that's over-analysis or if there's something more. Yeah, I like conspiracies, don't get me wrong. And, what ifs and whatnot. But got to be careful and whatnot, because a lot of people have different interests and they're pushing different narratives. So move slow, but, investigate everything is kind of how I'm approaching it.
And I think China wanted to see it stay open too. They wanted to see it. And I can tell you the young people in our country wanted to see it stay open very badly because, and if you take a look at my numbers, no Republican has ever done anything like we did. We got massive numbers of youth vote. And by the way, helped very much by Charlie Kirk. So Charlie was very much in favor of TikTok. He liked TikTok. And he said, you should use it. And other people said that too. And I used it. And I don't know if I have I think I set records. I looked at numbers that are phenomenal. We'll pass them out to you. And it had probably a pretty big effect on the election.
Xenomorph, you were saying polarization. I would assume things moving towards poles or being diametrically opposed, being at two different sides, and variance being chaos, randomness, something along those lines.
Because we won the election by a lot. So we are at a situation where in a little while, meaning a number of days, we'll probably, I don't know if you can make a deal with these people. I think these people are crazy. Again, anybody wants open borders and don't want to fight. They don't want to fight crime. They hate to fight crime. And in Chicago, last weekend, you had 11 people killed, murdered, and you had 28 shot. And those numbers have been pretty consistent all throughout.
We're going to be touching on, he's talking about shootings. We're going to be touching on the North Carolina shooting. And we're going to be touching on the Michigan shooting as well, because those just happened and we haven't covered those yet. And I'm going to be learning with you guys because I'm only caught a little bit on that stuff. But all of the violence going on, especially political violence, I don't know if these are politically linked or whatnot. One was a church, one I believe was a restaurant. So I don't have the information yet. But it's kind of freaky. I don't know if it's just being amplified by the media, being like a magnifying glass is being put on it, or if there's just more violence happening like at this given moment. But it's concerning, especially after like the most recent assassination and whatnot.
A period of time, whether it was 4 people, 5 people, 6 people, 11 people, 12 people killed, murdered, and they don't want to spend money to fight crime. And it's not even much money, relatively speaking. It's very little. But we're going there anyway. It doesn't make any difference. We're going to Chicago. We're going to Memphis next. And we're going to clean up the crime in the cities because we have to do that. Okay?
With this deal today, are you confident that the CCP won't be exerting control?
Yeah, we're going to have a very tight control. And look, it's
Robert King, I'm looking at some of what you're saying here.
Value with TikTok. And I'm a little prejudiced because I frankly did so well on it. It got me numbers that nobody's ever even heard of before. So
I mean, he loves TikTok. TikTok served him well. Doesn't seem like anybody has any issue with the TikTok deal or really cares about it. Robert King, you said, I don't know. I'm a country boy, redneck, hunted all my life. My dad used a 30-06 my whole life, and bullet always made an exit wound, and I know he's killed at least 30 deer with it. Interesting. And that's what I was wondering. I was just like, that just seems like such a large round, right? I wouldn't know. I believe the surgeon said something along the lines of, it's a miracle that it didn't pass through, because if it did, it would have hurt somebody else or potentially hurt somebody else, and was just describing it as a miracle. And, I was just surprised by it. I mean, obviously weird things happen, right? I mean, the magic bullet, JFK, right? But, yeah, I don't know. I don't want to jump on like any of the new trends or like anything that people are pushing, like right off the bat. There's like not a lot of information out. I just want to gather all the information and, just look it all over and see what's like most reasonable, right?
A lot of people want it. The young people of this country want it badly. The parents of those young people want it badly. And so we were able to work out a deal with China. And it's a very good deal for us. It's a very...
I hate to keep pausing. I'm sorry. Somebody said crime is worse in the red states. We're going to have to pull up these stats because I've heard people say, okay, crime is worse in the red states. But then the argument I've heard is that in those red states, the crime is coming from the blue cities. And I have yet to go down this rabbit hole and kind of investigate if that's true. But I am curious if that's true. And do you care? Or do you just kind of say, well, it's a red state, so it doesn't matter? Or are those just completely off? Or are people saying just completely wrong and, fabricated?
It's a good deal for
I'm
them.
gonna get to it. I'm gonna look it up. We're gonna get to it.
Or would you accept a deal where China controls the algorithm of TikTok?
Well, it's all being worked out. We're going to have very good control. We have these are American investors, all of them, and they all love our country. They're all very well-known people, very famous people, actually, financially, and they'll have control of it. And I want to thank President Xi because he was a gentleman, and we've just had a good relationship, and we wanted a lot of people in this country wanted to be open. And again, if it weren't open...
Josh, I'm feeling that. The division is bad. Guys, we got to remember, we're going to argue with each other, which is good. I think, having civil discourse is important, right? However, there is a big club, and we're not in it.
Won by so much it wouldn't have mattered, but we got a lot of votes. We got a lot of Republican votes from very young people. You go ahead, Jeff.
Russian jets entered Estonia's airspace today for 12 minutes. Do you see that as a threat to NATO?
Well, I'm going to have to look at it. They're going to be briefing me in a short while, so I'll let you know about it tonight or tomorrow.
What's your take in general?
Well, I don't love it. I don't love it when that happens. It could be big trouble, but I'll let you know later. They're going to brief me in about an hour.
And a follow-up on Charlie Kirk. There's been a lot of talk about free speech this week. Do you see a difference between cancel culture and consequence culture?
I mean, your question's a little trick question.
Well, hold up. Let me run that back. Sorry, I couldn't quite hear the last part of his question.
Later, they're going to brief me in about an hour.
And a follow-up on Charlie Kirk. There's been a lot of talk about free speech this week. Do you see a difference between cancel culture and consequence culture?
Is there a difference between cancel culture and consequence culture? I think this is an interesting question.
I mean, your question's a little trick question. I'm a very strong person for free speech. At the same time, when you have networks where I won an election, like in counties, I guess it's 2,600 to 525. That's called a landslide times two. When you have that level of popularity or voter support, as I did in the last election, and yet 97 and 94%, different numbers, you see different numbers with different stats, but 97, 94, 95, 96% of the people are against me in the sense of the newscasts are against me. The stories are they said 97% bad. So they gave me 97. They'll take a great story and they'll make it bad. See, I think that's really illegal, personally. You can't have a free airwaves. You're getting free airwaves from the United States government, and you can't have that.
It is interesting, this whole airwaves thing, because I had to look into this. So basically, the FCC regulates the airwaves, and ABC, I want to say CBS, I don't want to nickname all that. I know ABC at least, because that's what Jimmy Kimmel's on, right? Uses public airwaves. And public airwaves have to, when they use them, they have to operate in the public's interest, right? That's kind of a vague statement. I haven't dug into that. But basically, it gives them a way to regulate what's going on in the airwaves. So it's kind of funny that, America's just like, the government's like, we own these airwaves. It makes sense why they do, but it is kind of funny.
And say, and somebody that just won an election, and I had to go through this during the election. I think it's a miracle that I can win when 97% of the stories on the networks are bad, or whatever it may be, whether it's 89, it doesn't matter. It's a tremendous number. You know it, you report it all the time, and it changes. But when you have that kind of a negative reporting, fake negative reporting, when they take a great story and they make it into a bad story constantly, that's what they do. Look, 60 Minutes took Kamala's answer and they threw it out and they gave her a different answer. So
okay, guys, that's crazy. We got to agree on that. The news or whomever that is disseminating the information, clipping an interview to make the person look way more favorable, right? That just seems extremely biased to me. And I would hope they would at least disclose their bias. I mean, we know what's biased. We know that Fox generally caters to conservatives. And we know CNN, I would say generally, at least in my opinion, these are my opinions, caters to more of a left-wing audience. It would be nice that people insert that this is my opinion. You know, like when you look at an article and you see the title and it says left-wing protest or right-wing protest or whatever, it would be nice if it was just like opinion. I know there's op-eds and stuff, but a lot of times things don't say opinion. They're just saying, oh, this is right-wing. And then people just kind of read the title, or they read a little bit into it and they just kind of disregard it, or they think they already know. And it would be cool if we had to read things and kind of absorb the context from them and make our own decisions on them, instead of being told this group is bad right off the bat. Instead of saying it, it's sort of like, oh, what is the rule in like literature or fiction? Show, don't tell. Instead of like telling us, just kind of show us through what's going on. Just tell us the facts and then let everybody kind of make their own decisions. Because I think most people are reasonable. Yeah, I think most people are reasonable. So I feel like that's a fair way to approach it. I don't know. I just feel like there's a lot of poisoning of the well.
She sounded competent. When things like that happen, George Slopadopoulos from your network, right? George Slopadopoulos had to pay $16 million to me because of what he said. And that's ABC. You had to pay more than that. Your network had to pay more than that. So I think it's very sad. But I think that reporting has to be at least accurate to an extent. Again, when somebody is given 97% of the stories are bad about a person, that's no longer free speech, that's no longer anything, that's just cheating. And they cheat. And they become really members of the Democrat National Committee. That's what they are, the networks, in my opinion. They're just offshoots of the Democrat National Committee.
Mr. President,
Go ahead.
Liam Cosgrove with Zero Hedge. People are still anticipating who your pick for National Security Advisor will be. They're worried Marco Rubio is a little overworked, and one of the reported frontrunners is Michael Anton from the State Department.
He's good.
He's just authored the National Security Strategy. Also in the mix is Mike Flynn and
Good.
Steve Witkoff. Can you give us an indication?
Well, they're all good. No, we'll make a decision soon.
Okay.
But we're doing very well. You know, I settled 7 wars, more than that, I think. But actually, we settled 7.
I do feel like every time he says it, it's a higher number. I feel like next time we hear it, it's going to be 8 wars. I swear it was 6 before. I could be wrong. My memory is not perfect.
We're working on Gaza, it's a tough one, but we'll get it done somehow. And we're also working with Russia and Ukraine.
We need to investigate this claim. I have yet to.
President Putin and
Or maybe I just haven't
Zelensky,
kept up to
they
keep
hate
count,
each other
right?
To a level that you wouldn't believe. So I'm having a little bit of a problem with that.
And are you considering Stephen Moran for Fed chair?
I hadn't thought of it too much. He's doing a great job. Just got approved. His vote was a very good one. The Fed should have done more. You know, too late. Powell, he's terrible. He's a terrible chair. I think he's just terrible. But despite that, we're powering through it. We have another record stock market today. We're very, very high levels, and we're at the highest levels. So we're setting records. Many, many days during my administration, we've set records, and we'll see what happens with 50,000. 50,000 is a pretty big number. Never come close. We're not so far away from it. So that's because they see what's happening. Not so much what's happening exactly right now, but they see all the plants that are being built.
Okay, I was just investigating. I mean, I don't know what we're going off of. I was assuming like the Standards and Poor's, right? S&P. It does look like it is up. I mean, ultimately, like overall, it does seem to be at a very high point. Its highest point, I suppose. I thought he was being a little bit dramatic, but I mean, it is, I guess it's at its highest point, so to speak. You know, within like a week or month time frame, 6-month time frame, but you know, overall in the grand scheme. But I mean, I don't know. Take that as you will.
Kind of investment that's
maybe he's going off of a different metric. I don't know.
$17 trillion. So Biden had $250 billion. Okay, or putting a simpler way, they had much less than $1 trillion, but they had less than $1 trillion for 4 years. I have $17 trillion for 8 months. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And I think they're looking at that and they're saying when those plants open, right now they're being built, a lot of them, and some are starting over the next year. It takes a while, but we're getting fast permits. And when those plants get built, I don't think there'll be anything like what we're going to experience. Yeah.
Mr. President, if I can, on the top subject of free speech, Ted Cruz compared Brendan Carr to a mob boss, the way he's threatening television stations and saying it's absolutely dangerous for the government to determine which speech is okay and which is not. What's your reaction to Ted Cruz?
I think Brendan Carr is an incredible American patriot with courage. You know, it used to be, I remember in the old days that networks would have to get licensed, relicensed, and it was always a big deal. You know, they had to show honesty and integrity.
I do like
when you have a network, again,
I like Ted Cruz's take on it. I think you have to be really careful about letting the government come in and censor people or pressure people with the FCC or what have you, because it sets precedent. And although people might, maybe the conservatives or what have you, they're really against Jimmy Kimmel, right? So they're like, yeah, take him out, FCC. But what ends up happening is 4 years from now, 8 years from now, whatever, Democrats are in charge. And now they have the precedent to basically come in and stomp on your speech, right? And then it kind of just goes back and forth, but you keep giving the government more and more power to do that. And that's kind of scary, because then it's at the whim of whoever's at the helm at that point, whereas the principle of free speech needs to be protected. That way it doesn't sway one way or the other necessarily. At least that's the way I view it. But I mean, people view it differently and whatnot.
I'll use the same numbers, whether it's 90 or 94 or 97, all different numbers. But
Now, Slybuster, I see, and I knew some of you were going to say this. You said, don't care. We've already seen them stomp on people's speech, but I'm telling you, if you act in kind, then they're gonna be like, okay, well, now we're gonna do it because you did it. And it's just gonna keep going back and forth. It's gonna get worse and worse and worse. And it's gonna get worse for most people. The elites, it doesn't matter for them. Like, they're set, they're good. They're the ones pulling the strings. You know what I'm saying? But for us, it's gonna kind of just a little bit fuck us over, maybe a lot of bit. So somebody has to pump the brakes at some point, because it's sort of like we're just racing towards zero. We're just digging and digging. Oh, you're digging a hole? Well, I'm going to dig mine deeper. And it's like, why? Why are we trying to dig deeper than the other side? Why don't we calm down for a second? Somebody has to kind of like turn the other cheek, reach out their hand, try to have a handshake. We need to build some bridges here, because it's just going to get worse. I promise you it's going to get worse.
when you have networks that give somebody 97% bad publicity or 94% bad publicity, I think that's dishonesty. And they're getting free airwaves, right? You know that, right? You get them for nothing. These airwaves, they make millions and millions of dollars. The news makes millions of dollars. ABC, your network. I mean, your network wrote very badly about me, and they had to pay me $16 million.
So you think
I wasn't looking for
that?
that.
Brendan Carr has a right to...
No, I think Brendan Carr is a patriot. I think Brendan Carr is a courageous person. I think Brendan Carr doesn't like to see the airwaves be used illegally and incorrectly and purposely horribly. Doesn't like to see a person that won the election in a landslide get 97% bad publicity before the election. I mean, it's amazing that I won the election with that, but here's what happened. The people have given your networks no credibility. They don't give them any credibility, John. If they did, they wouldn't vote for me. They wouldn't have voted for me. When you look at, you could also say the liberal media, the liberal left, when you look at these stories and papers, but we're not talking about that. We're talking about, I assume you're talking mostly about the networks, but they have a licensing procedure, and you can read it as well. They have to show honesty and integrity. And when they take a good, well, I think the people decide. That's why I'm president. When they take a great success, like you often do, and you make it into like it's a loser, or you put a negative spin on it, I don't think that's right. So I think Brendan Carr is a great American patriot. So I disagree with Ted Cruz on that.
Will you be at the UN next week? You're going to the UN?
I'll be at the UN. I'll be making a speech, yes.
And are you meeting any other world leaders?
Many of them.
Can you tell us that?
Well, I'm meeting many of them. They're being set up.
What is your goal from attending that meeting? What do you hope to get out of it?
World peace. Nobody's done a better job than I've done in world peace. Nobody's settled so many wars as I have. I've been here probably a little bit more than 8 months, and I've settled 7, and that doesn't include the destruction of a vast potential nuclear disaster in Iran, which we wiped out totally, as I say, obliterated. We obliterated it. It's been turned right with this beautiful plane right here. We just ordered some more of them, by the way. The B-2 bomber. Just ordered some more. The more updated version. Not that we needed that. We just need the plane because it was so flawless. These pilots flew 37 hours flawlessly. Not an engine problem, not a screw, not a bolt came loose. It was an amazing. Compare that to many years ago, Jimmy Carter, same country, with the helicopters and the problems and the prisoners and the hostages, and what a mess. No, these planes flew 37 hours without a stop. They fueled up. We had 52 tankers fueling the planes along the way. It was an incredible, and every single bomb hit its mark. And then we fired 30 of them from submarines.
I did think it was impressive that you're able to pull off something like this without being detected if they weren't detected. I don't know Iran's sort of like logistics and like defense capabilities, if they have the tech to, I mean, obviously they don't seem to have the tech to detect it. But it is kind of neat. I mean, obviously, yes, death and destruction is bad, blah, blah, blah. But from like an engineering and sort of like strategic standpoint, being able to fly across the world and fuel up like midway and do all this stuff and, you know, hit your target and come out, take no damage and pretty much be, you know, unseen for most of it is, I mean, kind of impressive. I mean, it's kind of impressive. Like, regardless of, you know, everything else,
from
politics and all that.
Submarine.
That's how, you know, that's the story we're told and everything. And that being the story, if that's the story and everything, I think it's an impressive thing. It's like, oh shit, well, we're pretty good at that, I guess.
What a job that was. And I don't even include that. But that stopped a war. That stopped maybe a catastrophic war.
Mr. President.
So, you know, so I think that nobody has ever done anywhere near that. Now, on top of that, we're working very hard to get Russia-Ukraine settled. We'll see what's going to happen there. I hope we're going to get it done. President Xi and I spoke to him about it, and I believe that he really would like to see it done also, and I think he's going to work with us to help.
What was your message? What was your message to President Xi on the war in Ukraine? What are you asking?
Well, it's the same as his message to me. He would like to see it done. He would like to see it. I believe he would like to see it ended. Yes, I do believe.
These 2 wars that you were talking about, Gaza and Ukraine, are escalating at the same time. You're going to take the stage and the UN back at the stage after these years. Do you plan to setting any kind of...
Is China helping Russia? Or are they funding or supplying them? I can't remember if I read something. I'm not sure if they're aligned there. But I would say that's a conflict of interest. If we're funding or supplying Ukraine, and they were funding or supplying Russia with things, and then they're fighting each other, it kind of seems like a racket. But maybe I might be confused. Maybe China, I don't know. China's probably not doing that. But that would seem like a racket. Just some 1984 Oceania versus, you know, I don't know, just kind of crazy.
Deadlines for these 2 countries, and you said before,
Well, we're going to see.
frustrated with Putin.
Yeah.
Are you also frustrated
We have a
with
long
Putin?
time to go before I get up and speak at the UN, because every day is a long time when it comes to Gaza, and it comes to Israel and the Middle East. So we have a long time to go.
Okay, and that okay, I see a lot of you guys say China's. Okay, if that's the case, that's kind of wild, right? I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy.
But you know a lot of my opinions, and remember this, you can't forget October 7th either. People are forgetting October 7th.
Jason says he doesn't. All right, hold up. I need this. Okay, I'll do some quick Googlings, guys. Some quick Googlings.
Evil attack that I think you could really say babies were involved, little babies were involved, and having their heads chopped off and all of the things that took place. You can't forget that. I don't forget that. A lot of people do, but I don't. Yeah, please. Go ahead, please.
What goes into retaking the
All right, real quick. This is Google's AI. I know AI and all that, blah, blah, blah. While China officially claims a neutral stance in the conflict, its actions and statements indicate strong diplomatic and economic backing for Russia's war in Ukraine. Beijing has refused to condemn the invasion and has repeatedly echoed the Kremlin's talking points that blame NATO and the West for the war. And we're not going to go too far with it, but I mean, obviously, we need to source more. Based on what you guys are saying and based on this very, very, very quick Google search, providing dual-use technology. While China denies sending weapons, the U.S. and other Western countries have repeatedly accused Beijing of supplying Moscow with dual-use technology, such as drone components, microchips, and machine tools, which are critical for Russia's military production. In September 2025, a UK statement to the OSCE, not familiar honestly, noted that China provides over 85% of high-priority goods to Russia. Obviously, you have to look at all these sources and whatnot. Not really familiar with all of these, agencies and whatnot. As a result, or as a direct result of Chinese assistance to the Russian war effort, Ukraine has imposed sanctions on multiple Chinese companies. In July 2025, Ukraine also arrested 2 Chinese nationals for espionage related to a Ukrainian missile program. Ukraine military intelligence has said that Chinese-made drone parts are being used in Russian attacks at a high rate. In April 2025, Ukraine sanctioned 3 Chinese companies for their alleged role in producing Iskander missiles for Russia. Iskander. I'm not really sure how to say that. But anyway, so, from some quick Googlings, from which I would say the majority of y'all are saying, I haven't seen people arguing the contrary at this point. China might be aiding Russia deliberately, maybe not deliberately, who knows? These are my opinions. I don't know. We're hypothesizing here.
Does that require boots on the ground?
We'll see what happens with Bagram. We're talking to Afghanistan. It should have never been given up. It was the most embarrassing day in the history of our country. There was no reason to give it up. I was leaving Afghanistan. I was leaving. I was the one that got it down to 5,000 soldiers, but we were going to keep Bagram, the air base. I said it yesterday, and we had an incredible trip, as you know, to UK, and I said it during the press conference. It's one of the most powerful runways ever built in terms of weight, length, and load, what it could take, and we just gave it up for nothing. We gave it up for nothing. There was no reason to give it up. We weren't going to leave Bagram. And Joe Biden didn't know what he was doing. We had a man that didn't know what he was doing. We had a man, by the way, that didn't approve. If you take a look at what's happening in Congress, we had a man that signed almost everything with an auto pen. And he didn't tell the people from the auto pen, whoever was using it. The one man that used it predominantly said that Biden only spoke to him twice, and it was only about the weather. Okay, it was about nothing.
What?
So those pardons that he gave are illegal. He gave illegal pardons. And that includes the congressman that destroyed and deleted all the information from J6. They deleted everything because it turned out that they were wrong. It turned out that I offered 10,000 National Guard or soldiers, whatever they wanted.
Slybuster dropping facts over here.
And they turned it down. Nancy Pelosi turned it down. And the mayor of Washington, D.C. turned it down. They deleted everything, and they destroyed it, illegally destroyed it. And Biden gave them a pardon. And Biden gave a lot of other people pardons that, frankly, would be in jail if it wasn't for those pardons. But those pardons now are illegal, according to just about everybody.
What was your
On Letitia James, are you disappointed that the U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia has not prosecuted
What's going on, Christopher?
James? Do you intend to fire him?
Well, we're going to see what happens. I am not following it very closely. It looks to me like she's very guilty of something, but I really don't know. I know that the U.S. Attorney from the Eastern District, or from that district in Virginia, that he was approved by 2 Democrat senators who, in my opinion, are among the worst. And when I learned that 2 senators, Democrats, because as you know, it's very hard with the blue slip, it's very hard for a Republican to get somebody approved if you have 1 senator that's a Democrat because of an old custom. It's not a law, it's a custom. It's a ridiculous custom. But if you have a Democrat senator, you have to get that senator approved. Well, in this case, we had 2. When I saw that he got 2 senators, 2 gentlemen that are bad news as far as I'm concerned, when I saw that he got approved by those 2 men, I said, pull it, because he can't be any good.
So you want him fired? You want him out?
Yeah, I want him out, yeah. When I learned that he was blue-slipped through by 2 Democrat senators in Virginia, people that would never vote for it, people that haven't voted for us for probably years, okay, probably years, In my opinion, two bad guys. You know they are, Warner and Kane. Two bad guys, bad senators too. They do a terrible job for the people of Virginia. But when I saw that he got approved by these two terrible people that haven't voted, they just don't vote no matter what it is. We could give them the greatest deal ever and they still wouldn't vote. And they voted for this guy. And I have other people, judges, and I have U.S. attorneys from other states where I have the same situation, and they can't get approved. So when I learned that they voted for him, I said, I don't really want him. Okay.
Real quick, I don't know if I'm just seeing this, but people mentioning the Epstein files. It is frustrating with all the news going on because the Epstein files do get kind of buried in all of that. And that is a very, very, very frustrating story. Because it does feel like we're being gaslit, right? They were just saying, I don't know, 6, 8, 9 months ago, that there was something there. It seems like everybody thinks that there's something there. And now all of a sudden there's nothing there. And it just is, it's very frustrating. It's very, very, very frustrating. I don't care if you're pro-Trump, anti-Trump. It's like you kind of have to be a little bit frustrated by this, at the very least, you know?
You want to get,
behind you, please.
Have you seen the polling, the Gallup poll out of Ukraine that shows 23%, less than a quarter of Ukrainians actually support continuing the war against Putin? We saw the European leaders come here and try to say the world is united for the war effort, but Ukrainians have war fatigue themselves.
Well, I don't blame them.
Slybuster, I've heard people say that is CIA honeypot, Mossad honeypot, and it would make sense if it was some sort of, you know, secret agency trying to get dirt on people to have leverage to manipulate whomever or, you know, whatever, that we would have to keep that secret. The government would have to keep that secret, because if it turned out that Epstein was essentially an agent and he was doing all these horrible things in the name of what, justice? That's kind of backwards, right? Like everybody's gonna turn against them and be like, whoa, what are you saying? You're saying the government did these horrible things? So obviously, if that is the case, they have to obfuscate and, you know, cover their tracks and whatnot. Don't know that that's the case, but, you know, it's one of the popular theories out there.
I don't blame them. It's a war that never should have started. It's a war that never would have happened. If I were president, that war never would have happened, ever. That's a disgrace that war happened. And they're losing anywhere from 5,000 to 8,000 people a week on that war, which is the worst since the Second World War. That's a war that should have never happened.
And if you consider,
would have never happened. And it didn't happen for 4 years. When I was here, it didn't happen. Go ahead.
Have you considered cutting funding, even promises made by the Biden administration?
Well, we're not spending any money on the war. You know, we're being paid for everything we said. Unlike Biden, he gave them 300.
See, and again, if we're being paid and China's being paid, then there's really no incentive for the war to stop, right? From like our standpoint, if you really think about it, right?
$50 billion. And it was shocking. We're not spending any money on the war. The war is being funded by NATO. NATO is buying our equipment. In fact, I don't want to make money on that war. I don't want to.
No, right. You can't really say you want to make money on the war.
Our equipment, as you know, but NATO, as you know, and very important, is funding the entire thing. They're paying for the missiles, for the tanks. They're paying for anything that's sent over there. It goes to NATO. And then NATO does what they want with it. In this case, I guess they give it to Ukraine. It's a very sad war. It's a war that never should have happened.
Mr. President.
Go ahead, please.
TikTok, could you tell me, is the U.S. government going to take a board seat in the company, and will the U.S. government
A what?
a board seat within the company?
Well, we're going to announce that. Are you talking about TikTok?
Yes,
Yeah.
TikTok.
I don't know why the TikTok thing just doesn't interest me, because in my mind, I'm like, well, basically, the government just wants China not to necessarily have a backdoor into everybody's phone. And if the government can, they would like to control their very own backdoor. And that's basically what the deal is about, right? Just kind of figuring out how to cut all that up. That's what I think. I could be wrong, though.
To announce it. But it's a great deal.
Like, of course, the deal is going to go through. Of course, they're going to keep TikTok. United States will have their surveillance, platform or, tools. China will have their surveillance tools, you know, on their part of the platform, and life moves on. That's what I think, but I don't know. Maybe I'm missing some piece of this.
Country, it's a great deal for all of the young people in the country that wanted it, and people generally. I was happy with it. Look, I wasn't a fan of TikTok, and then I got to use it, and I became a fan, and it helped me win the election in a landslide. So,
Well, probably, yeah, well, sure. Yeah,
I think that it's a deal that's going to be great, and it's also controlled by very powerful and very substantial American people. All American, by the way, all American people. Yeah, please, behind. Go ahead, please.
President, question from Newsmax. Last year, before you took office, there was an estimated 6.8 million men not actively seeking work of prime working age. So you and Secretary Lutnick can talk about the efforts your administration is taking to help our American gentlemen get back to work.
Yeah, well, what we're doing is they're building plants all over the United States, and frankly, because of tariffs, we're taking in trillions of dollars, and countries that have ripped us off for years, and everyone knows this, countries that have ripped us off for years, like nobody's ever been ripped off before, they're now having to pay up. They're paying a lot of money to America, and we're reducing taxes with that money, and we're doing things that we were never able to do before. So it's you're going to have a lot of jobs. The jobs are being created right now, and the tariffs are protecting our country. And we didn't use, tariffs were used against us, but we didn't use them against others. But we're really better at it than anybody else, and we will have taken in trillions of dollars. Nobody's ever seen anything. Even people that were against the tariffs, now they see the way they're working. And by the way, with no inflation, with no problem, we're just building up cash, and we're using that cash to reduce taxes, reduce debt, and other things. It's a great thing to watch. And your honest reporters are saying they've never seen anything like what's happening. Our country is becoming very rich again only because of tariffs. If we didn't have it, if I didn't get elected, this country it was a dead country. Look, we were a dead country a year ago, and now we're the most successful, most vibrant country anywhere in the world. Hello, Sean. Nice to see you. You look good on television.
Thanks, sir.
Good.
Tonight, in a few minutes, Steve Bannon will appear on my show.
Good.
He floats the idea that you should dual hat Secretary of Treasury Scott Bessent, not only as Treasury Secretary, but as interim Fed chair. Would you be willing to entertain that?
In other words, you like Scott.
Yes, sir, very much.
So do I. And I like Steve, too. Okay?
Would you like to see that, him dual
Well,
hat?
it's certainly an interesting dual. We could save a little bit on salary. I think I could maybe make a deal where we just give him one salary. I have a couple of them.
I don't think you need
I have Marco. No, I don't think so. And we have Marco's got about 3 positions, right? He's doing great also. No, I don't think that's going to be necessary. Actually, I went to Scott and I talked to him about that position, and he loves what he's doing right now. So, he's not in the mix because he loves being Secretary of the Treasury.
Quick follow-up. Today is the first day of early voting in the Commonwealth of Virginia. Are you planning on campaigning for Winsome Sears, John Reed, or Jason Mayaris?
Well, I'm going to have to look at some of them. As you know, it's sort of a semi-local election. I've been watching it. I've been seeing the ads.
I would appreciate it as a Virginia voter.
Who do you like of the group? Who do you like?
The whole ticket, sir.
All of them? You like them? All right.
Yes, sir.
Well, I'll take a very strong look.
Appreciate
Okay.
that.
For you, I'm going to look.
Secretary Kennedy's panel on vaccine changed
Yeah.
its broad recommendations on COVID-19 vaccines today. Are you comfortable with that change, or would you like to see Americans take the vaccines that were developed under your tenure?
Yeah. Well, the vaccines, according to a lot of people, and if you look at charts, have had a tremendous, Operation Warp Speed. It was, just according to just about everybody, was one of the greatest things that any president has ever done in this country. So we're very proud of it. I'm very proud of it. I'm also very proud of Regeneron and some of the things that came out of, all of the labs and all of the research that we've done. So I don't know exactly what the final determination is, but I had the vaccine. I was very happy with it. Here I am, right? Here I am.
Have you had it again recently?
Bobby Kennedy seems to be undoing what you did with
No, I put him in. I put him in there because I want to have opposite views. That's okay. I
See,
think we're gonna-
that's the same thing we have here, right? It gets a little crazy in chat. People are very heated about so many things, but all opinions are welcome. Just don't spam. Don't be a creep. Don't break TOS. It's pretty simple. No threats. No like inciting violence, right? And that's why we have so many different mods here, because if people start banning people based on, their opinions and whatnot, this becomes an echo chamber. An echo chamber, a circle jerk, a very boring place to exist. And, our ideas are not going to foster. We're not going to like sharpen ourselves. And I don't know, I find it very boring. So that is the goal.
I have something very, very big coming up soon on autism. Autism is totally out of control. And one of the biggest... I
did not think that Tylenol thing was going to be such a big deal. I don't know why I didn't think it was going to be a big deal. I really hope people aren't going out taking a bunch of Tylenol to try to spite Trump. That is just very silly. You're going to hurt yourself. Please don't do that. Please. I saw people doing it. I really hope they were just pretending and just clout chasing. Although, I don't know anymore.
Most important things that, in my opinion, I had to do is to see what's going on with autism. And
I really hope
not.
I really
news
hope
conference
not.
early next week on autism, and I think you're going to see some things that are amazing that we've learned that somebody else wouldn't have learned. It's out of control. Autism, out of control, and I think we maybe have the reason why.
But is Bobby Kennedy going too far and unwinding?
Well, I don't know. He's saying for older
things
people.
about the vaccine?
Yeah, he's saying for older people. A lot of people agree with that. And but I can tell you this: Operation Warp Speed, one of the greatest things a president has ever done for this country. And you can say the world, because when we came up with that vaccine, the whole world opened up. But I put Bobby there as somebody that will go either way. And I want the facts, but I also look at facts from Pfizer, where they spent a lot of money, and the other drug companies, they spent a lot of money on finding out the results after the fact, and the results were amazingly good.
Mr. President,
Yeah, please.
I'm wondering if you've seen the video put out by former Israeli hostages addressed to you. One is a widow of one that died, and these are people who were freed thanks to you. But they're actually encouraging you to force a ceasefire, force Netanyahu to a ceasefire, and they didn't address it to him because they think you're the one who might actually listen to them and get it done. They're worried that the hostages who are still there are more at risk if the war continues.
Well, they might be. They also, maybe they'll be freed because of that. You never know how it's going. Look, war, I was saying, yes, war, a lot of strange things happen. A lot of results take place that you would never think were going to happen. As you know, I was able to get most of the hostages out. We're down to 20, and we have 32 dead people. You know that.
Jeez.
We have 32, maybe more, 38, but between 32 and 38 people that were dead, mostly young people. And I've dealt with some of the parents, and we got all our Americans out, as you know, but now we're talking about mostly Israelis. But I dealt with parents. I spoke to parents, and they want the body of their son, I believe in almost all cases sons, but they want the body of their cherished, beautiful son. They want the body back as much as though he were alive. It's so sad to see. But I've dealt with the mothers and fathers. Please, sir, please, the body of my son. They know he's dead, and they just want him back. They want him back as much as though he's alive. I mean, it's very terrible. And, we have very close to 40 bodies that are included in the whole thing. But we have 20, probably 20 that are living. It might be a little bit less because a couple of things. Look, young people don't die, okay? They just don't die. They can take a lot, but a lot of people died in these horrible tunnels. They're mostly in the tunnels. I know a lot about it. I got them out. But I always said the last 20, when you get down to the last 10 or 20, it's going to be very tough. It's a nasty situation. You can't forget October 7th, but it's a nasty situation, terrible. It's a
Mr.
terrible
President, on
thing.
Gaza, the UN concluded this week that Israel committed genocide in Gaza. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I haven't seen that. I'm looking at it, but did anybody commit genocide on October 7th? What do you think about that? That was genocide at the highest level. That was murder, genocide, you can call it whatever you want, but little babies were chopped in half.
And in Gaza,
Arms were cut off people, heads were cut off people.
That's a tough needle to thread. If you call it a genocide, then you can't necessarily, or you're going to look crazy supplying Israel, right? So that's a tough needle to thread, or you kind of just got to tell them, like, hey, knock that shit off, all right?
That's genocide.
That's put in a very broad, basic, simple sense, obviously.
Genocide also, I guess,
what
right?
do you think?
President, on TikTok, you referred to getting a fee from that deal. What is that fee?
Well,
between U.S.
it hasn't been fully negotiated, but we'll get something from the standpoint that we worked hard. We put up a lot. We spent a lot of money on letting this come and letting this, it's a very, very big deal. It's a very powerful deal. And the United States really, I see it. I mean, people were saying, save TikTok, save TikTok. So many people. It's a big thing. And, China can be very proud that they were able to get that started. And so I very much appreciate President Xi's working with us on that. Very much.
Yeah, who is that? And Karen, you said, that's a lie, Trump. Or for fuck's sake, 400,000 deaths isn't genocide, but October 7th is. Yeah, I didn't like that comparison, right? Because it almost is like, well, what about this over here? And if we say like two wrongs don't make a right, you can't say, well, they genocided them, so now they get to genocide them. Like you know what I mean? That doesn't really seem like a good solution either. So I didn't love that answer, but I guess if I were to, kind of like the anger translator in Key and Peele, just like the, I don't know, sense translator for Trump, I'm assuming he means Israel is retaliating to the attack. Is that a genocide? If the attack, if they're retaliating as an attack, then was October 7th an attack, right? If I'm being very like good faith and charitable to what he is saying, right?
Well, we have others that we're going to designate too, but we're going to look at the people that funded Antifa, see who they are, where they came from, and why they did.
Math ain't
Have you
math.
seen Portland at all? If you
I mean,
take a look
yeah,
at what's
I mean,
happening in Portland, it's this has been going on for years. It's just people out of control. They're crazy. We're going to stop that very soon. We have to get rid of a couple of other
Genociding or genociding the genocider.
Problems in Memphis where you can't even walk a block without getting shot. We're going to get rid of the problems in Chicago. Chicago's a great city, and we have to save it. We have to save it. I told you I had the head of the Union Pacific Railroad in my office, and I said, so what do you think? You go to every city. You have railroads in you are the biggest railroad, beautiful railroad. He's a great guy. I said, what do you think? He said, sir, save Chicago. Don't let it go down. Save it. The way he said it was so meaningful to me. It was so it was like terrible. In a way, it was terrible. Save Chicago. Who would ever think that we'd be sitting here talking about saving Chicago? Chicago's a great city. They have a terrible mayor. Terrible. He's at like 5% approval rating. He's an incompetent person. They have an incompetent governor, in my opinion. He's incompetent. 11 people get shot, and he says crime isn't a good shot. I mean, they're losing 4, 5, 6 people a week, getting killed by bullets, by knives. And then he says how wonderful it is, Chicago. So, well, it might be wonderful for him. I think they're afraid. Look, he's not a stupid guy. I really believe they're afraid to say, politically, I guess, from an ideology standpoint, from a democratic standpoint, he is afraid to say the fact that they have a very unsafe, very dangerous city. He should say, I'm going to call President Donald Trump, and I'm going to ask him to send in the troops, to send in the National Guard and clean this hellhole up. Because Chicago can be a great city again. I'll tell you what, Washington, D.C. is a great place again. It's booming. And the rest...
I'm curious, is anybody in D.C. in chat? I've asked this a couple of times in other streams and stuff, just to see if there's anybody in D.C., the before and after the National Guard deployment, and if things are better or worse.
Restaurants are booming. And 6 months ago, 7 months ago, nobody could go outside. And even just walking around the White House, people here are thanking me for what I've done. They're thanking me. They're saying thank you. And I almost know what they mean because they can walk to work. And even when they took Uber and they took other forms of transportation, they felt unsafe because the car was
35%.
hijacked while they're in there. They take a car and it's being hijacked as they get into the car. And they did that for safety. And now we have a safe place. You know, we've taken 1,500 people out of career criminals have been taken out of Washington, D.C. And we weren't very nice about it. And
You said you're in DC, Snap, and you said you can't really do much without bumping into agents. Now, obviously, we don't want to live under martial law necessarily. Not saying that's what this is, but ideally, that's not the case. But there must be some benefit if there's a lot of crime, and then all of a sudden you have agents and officers and things patrolling and whatnot. I would imagine it reduces crime because generally you're not trying to commit a crime next to a police officer or like other agent because you're trying to generally avoid being caught. So if there's more agents around in different places, there's probably going to be less crime in those places. That's sort of like my thought process on that. But I don't know. It seems good if murders are going down and robberies and what have you, whatever crimes, violent crimes, you know.
What do you think about rail merger? Did you discuss it with the Union Pacific?
I did discuss it, and I don't know. I don't want to make a comment on it, but Union Pacific is a great railroad, and they want to add a railroad that had a mistake at a place very close to my heart.
You're saying people that use TDS are drinking the Kool-Aid. I feel what you're saying. Some people throw TDS around a lot. However, I do find it a little insane if I'm having a conversation with somebody. Trump has not come up in the conversation. Maybe it gets, to politics or culture, or whatever we're talking. And I say something and they're like, well, what about Trump? And then they just like kind of whataboutism into him. And then I'll like, there's some people I talk to and it just seems to always like whataboutism into Trump, even though the conversation is not necessarily about Trump. And I'm like, well, that's kind of weird. And I've had conversations where I'm like, I haven't mentioned Trump. Like, what are you talking about? And they're like, yeah, we were talking about Trump. I'm like, we have never mentioned Trump in this conversation. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Like, you are fighting with ghosts right now. We are talking about something completely different. We could talk about Trump and his like viewpoint on this, that, or the third, or how he's approached it. And I could say yay or nay. But even if I say yay or nay, I'm still having this conversation over here that is kind of disconnected from that. There's not really many parallels. And I would just like your kind of input on this thing over here. But we could have that conversation as well. I just don't want to kind of get led astray here and then never kind of finish this conversation. Anyway, so if I were to say TDS, it would kind of be to people that just, it always goes back to Trump, no matter what you're talking about. I do think that's a little, a little much. So,
a lot of people say that that was a place where I got off to a very good start. It was a rough thing that happened. Well, they're trying to buy that railroad that had the problem. And it sounds good to me, to be honest with you. Sounds good to me. I'm a very big fan of the...
Wait, Black Hole Cat. Wait, what do you... Oh, Lord.
The head of the railroad, the head of the Union Pacific. He started as a very low on the totem pole, started his job very low and became the chairman of the company over a 45-year period. But I asked him about different cities. He said, St. Louis is tough.
What are you talking about, Black Hole
He said
Cat?
it stops at many of them.
Mr.
New Orleans. We have to save New Orleans.
Mr. President, when are you going to get
We're going to be going into New York, too. Yeah.
Mr. President,
And we're going to be going in quiet. You're really obnoxious.
I'm not obnoxious, but I'm trying to ask you, what about your plans?
You are
for
really
Memphis?
obnoxious.
Oh, here we go. I found it.
Okay.
I think. Yeah. Let's go.
I'm not going to talk to you until I call on you. So, who else? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I actually sell this free speech question because you said that you restored free speech in America.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to pull this up. I got you.
People who are harshly critical of you, for your political opponents, for people who say things you don't
I've
like,
become immune
treat
to it.
you unfairly.
I've become immune to it. There's never been a person that's had more unfair publicity than me, and that's why your network paid me $15 million, or $16 million, I believe, to be exact, George Slopadopoulos, and that's why CBS paid me a lot of money too. And that's why I sued the New York Times 2 days ago for a lot of money. Because I'm winning. I mean, I'm winning the cases. And the reason I'm winning is because you're guilty, John. You're guilty. ABC is a terrible network, a very unfair network, and you should be ashamed of yourself. NBC is equally bad. I don't know who's worse. I think they're equally bad. And, you know, for you to stand there and act so innocent and ask me a question like that. But look, you paid a big price because you were dishonest, John. The reason I won that lawsuit was because you were dishonest. You were proven to be dishonest. And so you can't sit back and just say, oh, well, what do you think? You know, like you're some wonderful person. You're not a wonderful person. Frankly, you're a terrible reporter. You know it, and so do I. Okay, here's what we're going to do. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to talk about something that's going to reduce our taxes greatly. That's going to hopefully bring some great people into our country. You know, as you know, right now nobody's coming in because we've succeeded in closing. We've closed the border very successfully. I think you will agree. We had nobody come in for the last few months. I mean, it was actually said zero. Even I can't believe zero, but the numbers are put out by
I don't believe
very
zero.
impartial people or people that...
Because it's just, how would you know if you missed somebody? I could see it being much lower than what it was, but zero just seems unrealistic. But they could say, I mean, they don't think that any have come through. They think it's zero. But I mean, either way, it's probably less than what it was, I imagine, if they're following through with enforcement and everything, right? But, yeah.
have a tendency to be on the left. And they actually...
It's possible. It's possible. It just seems kind of unlikely to be zero. You know, like 1, 2, 3. Any other number seems more likely than zero, right? Because there's only 1 0. But there's a lot of other numbers besides zero. So just based off of that right there and how big the border is, it just seems like chances are somebody's making it through, right? I don't know. It doesn't even matter. It doesn't matter.
It's a closed border. People are coming into our country, but they're coming in legally. It's a beautiful thing to watch. But we are doing something where rather than...
Less than 10, okay.
Border, 45 million people came into
all
our
right, man,
country.
whatever.
During Biden, one of the saddest things... The worst thing, look, he was horrible in inflation. He was horrible in just about everything you could be. I don't think he was good on. He wasn't even fair on anything. It was a horrible administration. He was the worst president in the history of our country, and we have to mop it up. The hardest thing that we have to do is to get rid of the criminals that he allowed into our country from prisons, from mental institutions, gang members, drug dealers. And we're getting them out, and we're getting them out fast, and we're making America safe again. Great again, but we're making America safe again. And it's an honor to do it. But this is an unforced error. What they've done is just an unforced error. So I'm going to ask Howard to speak. Howard's done a fantastic job, as you know, Secretary of Commerce. And I'm going to ask Howard and Will, could you just give a quick description of what we're doing and what we're signing, etc.? And
yes, sir.
I will do that. Go ahead.
We have 2 items for your attention today, sir. A major focus of your administration has been shifting the conversation and shifting the policy dynamics around the issue of immigration, closing the border, preventing illegal immigration, but also, as is the case with the executive order in front of you, opening new pathways for truly extraordinary people to come contribute to America instead of taking away from it. So this executive order is entitled the Gold Card. It will set up a new pathway, a new visa pathway for foreigners of extraordinary ability who are committed to supporting the United States for a payment of $1 million to the U.S. Treasury, or if a corporation is sponsoring them, $2 million.
Sorry, let me go back. What?
Extraordinary ability who are committed to supporting the United States for a payment of $1 million to the U.S. Treasury, or if a corporation is sponsoring them, $2 million by that corporation.
So extraordinary ability just means money, right?
and that will give them access to expedited visa treatment as part of this new Gold Card program.
And one of the biggest problems we have is that people, they go to the best schools and
We're
they
selling subscriptions.
do great and they get
Oh,
great
shit.
marks, and then they're thrown out of the country. You're not
It's an
allowed
unlimited, though. It's an unlimited. It's a, buy one, right? I don't think they have to keep re-upping on it.
to stay. This way, a corporation
Do they?
will be
Not for
able-
$1 million,
someone saying
right?
this in baseball or football, a corporation will be able to get them to stay in the country, and I think it's going to be tremendously successful. Howard, would you say a few words about it, please?
Sure.
The card
So,
has his face. Stop
historically,
it. That's not the actual card, is it? No. So they'd be carrying a Trump card. A Trump card. That's kind of funny. Okay, wow. This is... I want to see what the Trump card looks like. If that's what it looks like, wow. That's bold. It's bold.
Employment-based green card program let in 281,000 people a year. And those
Wait, the shoes. Wait, what shoes? Gooch, what are you talking about?
on
You
average
said first the shoes, now the card.
earned $66,000 a year on average, and they were 5 times more likely to go on assistance programs of the government. So we were taking in the bottom quartile, below the
Trump
average
shoes?
American. It was illogical. The only country in the world that was taking in the bottom quartile. So what we are doing now is we are going to stop doing that. We're going to only take extraordinary people at the very top. Instead of people trying to take the jobs from Americans, they're going to create businesses and create jobs for Americans. And this program will raise more than $100 billion for the Treasury.
You weren't lying. I guess he made a shoe.
Will use
What?
for cutting taxes and paying down debt. We think it's going to be very successful. Essentially, we're having people come in, people that, in many cases, I guess, are very successful or whatever, and they're coming in. They're going to spend a lot of money to come in. They're going to pay as opposed to walking over the borders, and they may come from jails, prisons, and everything else.
I know he
These
made
people
cards too, right?
are very productive
Man,
people.
yo, Trump, I have to say, look, love him or hate him, guys, he's really good at selling merch. Just saying.
And they're going to pay $1 million. A corporation's going to pay $2 million. And it's going to raise billions of dollars, billions and billions of dollars, which is going to go to reduce taxes, pay off debt, and other good things. So I think it's going to be very successful.
Mr. President,
What?
big techs, are the big techs on board with this decision? Because
What's going to, well, I wish you'd speak more clearly, I really do. Give it to me again.
Are the big techs, the CEOs, on board with this decision?
Big techs?
Tech companies.
God, everybody's yelling at him like, oh my Lord. All right, guys, I'm sorry.
More clearly, I really do. Give it to me again.
Are the big techs, the CEOs, on board with this decision?
Big techs?
Tech companies. Big tech
Yeah,
companies.
big tech. Yeah, it's big tech. It's every company. It's big tech. It's big tech. It's big everything.
Yeah,
Okay.
the CEOs
It's a
will be
company. I said
expecting
it's not a tech company. It's tech companies and everything else. It's companies having a hard time getting people to be able to stay in the country. It's very difficult. Now, if you want to walk through the border, you can have no problem. People say, well, the best way to come in is walk right through the border, but they can't do that anymore because under our administration, the border is totally closed. You can only come in if you come in legally, and that's the way it's been, and that's the way it should be. And we're taking a lot of people out of the country that are here from prisons, from jails, from mental institutions, and even insane asylums, people that are crazy. We're taking them out of the country. We're getting them out of the country because you can't have a country like that. And I tell you, Christie and Tom Holman and all of the people that have worked so hard on this, they've done an unbelievable job. And I think we're getting great marks for it. People feel safe. Washington, D.C. is just the beginning. We brought the numbers down in Chicago a little bit by having the FBI in there for the last 5 months. We brought the numbers down in Memphis a little bit. But
I'm going to say Gooch Panuch. Your name is killing me. You said I read that we would be getting a stimulus check next month, but I highly, highly doubt it. Likely BS. Look, I think stimulus checks did really, really, really good in the algorithm back in the day when everybody was getting them and were expecting more. And some people just haven't got the memo that the stimulus checks are over, but they keep running the stimulus check situation, like the, running stories and stuff, because it gets clicks, because people love free money. Trust. If they were sending out, now, hey, you might be onto something. Maybe you're just on the, the breaking news, right? But if they were sending out money to a bunch of people, you don't think they would come out and say that? Of course they're going to come out and say that. It's going to make them look great. Like, hey, American people, by the way, we're doing all these tariffs, we're doing all this stuff. We're going to cut you a check, $2,000, $3,000. They would be pushing the hell out of that shit. So I'm going to X it out here on there being stimulus checks next month. Hey, it would be cool. But realistically, I don't think that's going to be the case. But hey, if you have some information on that, send me a link or shoot that into the chat. I'll pull it up.
And now we're going for the big one. Now we're going to go for the big one. But we set ourselves up very well in Chicago, Memphis, New Orleans a little bit, going in early just to see what was happening. We study it. We're studying the site. It's sort of like war. I mean, I hate to tell you, it's like war. Some of these people are really bad. They're really, really sick people. They're dangerous people. They're killers. They're murderers, drug dealers, and can't have it. You can't have a country like that. It's so beautiful to see at Washington, D.C., that people are walking down the middle of the street and they're going to restaurants, and you are too. And half of you were mugged. I mean, I don't know if she's here now. I don't see her, but, some people were badly mugged that were reporters. Two of the people right standing in the back of the room were mugged, and they're not going to have that anymore. And if you look at the crime stats in Washington, D.C., you have a safe place again. They were afraid to go to a restaurant because the restaurant would be held up while they're having dinner. And so they'd be mugged going there, and assuming they escaped the mugging, they go to the restaurant and then they're held up. This is how bad it's been. Yep.
I forgot. Hold up. I forgot to put the chat on the damn screen. And I don't know. I like to have the chat on the screen because YouTube likes to, censor a lot of stuff, right? And you guys can't tell when it's censored, and I can't tell when it's censored, but it appears to you as though your message came through. However, one way to tell is if the message does not appear on my screen when I'm showing the chat. So let me pull that up. Does that work? Did it work? My chat might be broken. We're going to get that up here. Hold up.
I think this may be the next thing that you're signing, but for the H-1B visa action that you're doing,
that's going to be next. We'll talk about that.
You're very close to the technology
Yeah.
CEOs.
I
Are
think.
they concerned?
Well, I'm going to try. Sometimes I don't know why it doesn't work.
Very happy. Everyone's going to be happy, and we're going to be
Hey,
able to keep
Julian
people
Ring.
in our country that are going to be very productive people. And in
Yo, appreciate the support. Or Roig, I'm sorry. Julian Roig with the 20 here, or 1999. If you ever want to be humbled, if you don't like Trump, listen to how other countries talk about him and realize that he's a good president for us. They undeniably respect him, unlike Biden and Obama. You think so?
cases,
You think it's a respect or a fear situation? For example, you guys remember, I think it was the first meeting between Zelensky and Trump, and Pence was there, or Pence, Jesus, JD Vance was there. And I mean, they roasted him. It was crazy. I mean, I was so surprised when I watched it, when it was happening in real time and everything. I think that kind of sent a message out there, because now when other leaders come over, they might be worried about just randomly getting cornered on camera, because over here, I mean, Trump's just taking questions and just randomly bashing people, or, really utilizing the leverage of his platform. And it doesn't seem like he's afraid to leverage that against other world leaders, right? So it kind of puts them on their toes, right? Maybe in some cases on their back foot. So there is something to that, I think, right? Strategically.
companies are going to pay a lot of money for that, and they're very happy about it. Okay, we'll talk about that next, all right? Okay. My friend, why don't you keep that, okay?
Thank you.
Done such a good job. Okay. It's phase one. John, are you happy? Take. Okay, let's go.
Thank you, Mr. President. One of the most abused visa systems in our current immigration system has been the H-1B non-immigrant visa program. This is supposed to allow highly skilled laborers who work in fields that Americans don't work in to come into the United States of America. What this proclamation will do is raise the fee that companies pay to sponsor H-1B applicants to $100,000. This will ensure that the people they're bringing in are actually very highly skilled and that they're not replaceable by American workers. So it'll protect American workers, but ensure that companies have a pathway to hire truly extraordinary people and bring them to the United States
We
to
need
work.
workers. We need workers. We need great workers. And this pretty much ensures that that's what's going to happen. I think, Sean, do you agree with that?
Well, they're $100,000 per year. So the whole idea is no more will these big tech companies or other big companies train foreign workers. They have to pay the government $100,000, then they have to pay the employee. So it's just not economic. If you're going to train somebody, you're going to train one of the recent graduates from one of the great universities across our land, train Americans, stop bringing in people to take our jobs. That's the policy here, $100,000 a year for H-1B visas, and all of the big companies are on board. We've spoken to them about the gold card.
They love it. They love it. They really love it. They need it. Go ahead, Sean.
Mr. President, it seems like there's two categories of visa programs. The H-1B, that a lot of people believe take American jobs, and then the gold card and programs like EB-5 that add value and jobs to America. Is that sort of how you look at the visa program?
Well, ideally, look, if somebody's got the people, they're not going to want to spend $100,000 as an example in your second category. So it's not taking jobs. And we need certain jobs. We need certain skilled jobs that we don't have. But they won't be taking jobs because, you know, ideally the people aren't going to want to, they're not going to have.
Investing in America.
Right, that's right.
So that's what I'm asking.
They're really investing
It seems
in
like you
America.
have two categories. One, the Secretary of Defense, the gold card and EB-5.
I don't know why the
create
chat's not
jobs,
working on my
add
screen.
investment,
It's so
and
annoying.
there's other ones that seem to take, you know, whether it's a J1 and O or an H-1B that take U.S. jobs.
Yeah, it's pretty correct. I mean, I would say that's a correct assessment. But the main thing is we're going to have great people coming in, and they're going to be paying. I mean, it's wonderful to say, oh, gee, we took in 25 million people that, look, many criminals, jails were open from Venezuela, from many other countries, and they were let out of jail and poured into our country.
Okay, I don't know where the sound went because I don't think that's on my side.
Our poor country,
Oh, wait,
how
yeah,
it
it is.
suffered with this
I hit a button.
with this stupid president that we had and the stupid people that surrounded him right around this desk, these liberal, crazy people that have destroyed, they could have destroyed. If we didn't win this election, our country would have been dead. Our country was dead. Think of it. And I've said this, man. The king of Saudi Arabia said, your country was dead 1 year. They thought it was dead. This country couldn't have survived another year of those people running it. And now we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. Think of that. And this is going to help. And we're taking in hundreds of billions of dollars. This will be taking in, the gold card will be taking in hundreds of billions of dollars. And companies will be able to keep some people that they need. You know, they need people of expertise, great expertise. And I think it's going to be a fantastic thing. And we're going to take that money and we're going to reduce taxes. We're going to reduce debt. We have a very, very strong country. We assuming everything works out great with the lawsuit that we have a lawsuit that's inspired by foreign countries that ripped us off for 25 years. But assuming we win that, we hopefully win it in the Supreme Court of the United States. We have a country that no stopping us. We're rich, we'll be rich. We can take care of poor people. We can take care of our military.
What has it been? Like 8 months, 7 months or something? It's crazy. It feels like so much has happened, right?
We can take care of everything. We can take care of beyond the country. We can help take care of the world. That we don't, it'll just be the same struggle that we've had for years where other countries charged us tariffs and they ripped us off. Our country has been ripped off more than any country in the history of the world. And now we're doing what we have to do. We're taking in billions and billions of dollars at levels that nobody has ever seen, trillions of dollars. and we're using it to reduce debt. We're using it to reduce taxes. The great big beautiful bill.
No, appreciate you again for the support here, Julian. You said responding to Snap, sure. Oh yeah, no, I appreciate that. No, we try to create a good space here, have everybody have a conversation, maybe find some common ground. That would be ideal. If they hop in the Discord, be able to continue the conversation, but, you know, at least end the conversation agreeing to disagree and maybe fight another day, right? So I appreciate that. We try to entertain everybody's ideas here and not really shut people out, you know, unless you're calling for violence or, you know, A, B, and C. So I really appreciate that.
Is a big tax reduction. It's being paid for by the tariffs, and people are paying a lot less money in taxes. They're being,
Good night.
Think of it, no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime. It's an unbelievable phenomenon. It really is. It's the golden age. We're making it the golden age. Without the tariffs, it would be impossible. And China, for years, charged us tariffs, and they continue to do it, and so do other countries. Most countries, they charge us. They were ripping. Look, the European Union, as you know, I get along very well with them, but they ripped us off so badly. Nobody's ever seen anything. Now, the European Union is paying us $950 billion, and they're paying us $750 billion to buy our energy, and they're okay with it. They signed the agreement. You know, it's not like anybody forced them to do it. They're okay with this. Tariffs are making our country very rich again, and we'll be able to take care of our debt. We'll be able to take care of our taxes, lower taxes. We'll be able to take care of Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security. We're going to be a rich country again. Without tariffs, we'd be in very big trouble.
Oh, snap.
H-1Bs are sometimes used by people already in the country legally on other visas or student visas. Does this apply to them or to renewals, or does it only apply to people applying for the first time from abroad?
Renewals, first times.
Renewals.
The company needs to decide, do they want, is the person valuable enough to have a $100,000 a year payment to the government, or they should head home and they should go hire an American. The whole idea, it's annual, and it's for total. It can be a total of 6 years. So $100,000 a year, so either the person is very valuable to the company and America, or they're going to depart and the company's going to hire an American, and that's the point of immigration. Hire Americans and make sure the people coming in are the top people. Stop the nonsense of letting people just come into this country on these visas that were given away for free. President is crystal clear. Valuable people only for America. Stop the nonsense.
And remember, the country,
fee to America.
The country would rather not have to pay $100,000, but and they'd rather. How do you do that? You hire Americans. So there's an incentive to hire American, but there may be instances where it's better off doing through expertise or whatever it may be. But they're both unbelievable, whether it's a gold card or anything else that
platinum, gold,
today. And that includes talking
vibranium,
about freedom of speech, because our country has been decimated by bad people, very bad people, people that love crime. They love crime. Explain it to me. They don't want to have our military go in and save lives. But when you go and ask the people, do you mind having the National Guard come in if it meant safety? They look at the questioner like, what's wrong? What kind of a stupid question is that? Of course they do. We're going to have a safe country again. We're not going to have people shot, 11 people shot. Think of it. In Chicago, over a period of 6 or 7 weeks, 55 people were murdered.
Jesus.
And then you have a governor saying how wonderful it is. It's not wonderful. It's a very unsafe. There's not a place in the world. You go outside, you go to Afghanistan, you go to different places all over the world that you hear about. It's 20% of what's happening in places like Chicago. And you think of them as unsafe. Mexico City, it's a tough place, dangerous place. The crime rate is lower. Think of it. What's happening to our country?
You know, Christopher, way off topic, but I'm so interested.
And I think I got elected largely
about The Rock.
Reason.
What are you talking about?
So we're going to have a safe country again. We're going to have a great country again. We're doing unbelievably. We have the highest stock market in history.
Boom. We've covered all of it. He likes to reiterate a lot of the time, you know. I think we've gathered everything from that. You know, something I've noticed about this whole left-right situation, you know, obviously he's mentioned immigration, right? Not really. I mean, immigration is one thing. It does seem like what people are arguing about is illegal immigration, right? People coming here illegally. And, you know, for the most part, I've kind of been like, you know, if you're kind of here illegally and you got caught up, then you're probably going to get sent back. That just kind of seems reasonable. Maybe we could make reforms for people that have been here, you know, a long time and sort of like amnesty and things along that nature, but probably want to close down the border at the same time because that just kind of seems, at least from my viewpoint, kind of reasonable for like OPSEC and whatnot. Now, I've heard, though, recently, an argument that I want to bring to you guys. I don't know if a lot of people have made this argument, and it's made me kind of sit back and rethink the way I've approached this. Let me find it here. Oh, Lord, it better be here. And I think you guys will appreciate this. I had to share it when I found it, and I was like, oh. But I want your 2 cents as well. So let me pull this up here. I guess it's for the people that are like really hard against illegal immigration. People that are kind of for illegal immigration or whatever, which is kind of like an odd thing to be for, like necessarily. But I get the sort of emotional arguments or whatever for it. This isn't really for you because you already agree. But this is for the people that are, you know, no illegal immigrants. I think this will convince you otherwise. Possibly. Here we go. I found it.
Airplane seats.
Now, we always shout out, you know, what we're doing here, who we're watching. This is obviously the White House. Doesn't need much shouting out. I think you guys know. Oh, wow. That's a lot. I think you guys know the White House. All right. You know, go subscribe. Go watch the White House. So, yeah, that's what we were just watching. So, guys, this is very compelling, but let me know what you think. Maybe I'm just off here.
Hey guys, we're getting people's opinions. We're out here in D.C. We're protesting for big booty Latinas. So what do you think about big booty Latinas? Do they deserve amnesty?
I gotta pass on that one, man.
What? Why not? You don't want the ladies to stay?
I didn't come in. We got Puerto Ricans and they're Americans.
Wait. So
they're red, white, and blue Americans.
You don't want amnesty for big booty Latinas?
We've already got our own.
Oh my God! What? Are you gay?
No, we've already got our own.
Gay, dude.
Look, big booty privilege has gone too far.
No! What is going on? These people are sick. What about you?
Yeah, some of you guys know who this is. This is Alex Stein. Got to shout out the channel. You know, always, you know, we watch all sorts of different people. Left-wingers, right-wingers, people pretending to be moderates, everybody, right? We try to get everything here. I mean, you know, as much as I can possibly cover. I do have to touch grass occasionally, but you know, I've seen some of you call him. He's got a lot of names, right? A pimp. What is it? A pimp on a blimp. That's right. I'm sorry, but this is an argument that I have yet to come across. The big booty Latina argument, and you know, I was listening to him here. I was like, you know, this is rather compelling. Big
booty Latinas.
This is where I think we should send those big booty Latinas.
Wild.
No more big booty Latinas. Lock them up. I don't like them. Send them away.
This is like
put them there.
This is a black
you put them
right here. This is a black white supremacist.
I'm the worst. I'm totally the worst. You couldn't even make me up, except I'm here.
What about you?
No, they should be safe, legal, and rare.
What? I feel like Trump must have the most impressions. Like the person that most people have made an impression of. I feel like Trump has probably won that award. Is there anybody else that people do impressions of all the time? I'm curious.
What? You don't want to protect big booty Latinas?
They should be safe, legal, and rare.
No, we don't want them legal. The more illegal, the less you have to pay them.
I know that. Okay, then kick them out.
No! Big booty Latinas get to stay!
No.
What do you say? Big booty Latinas, yes or no?
Always.
Amnesty. God bless you.
Anyway, I just wanted to pose this to you guys. What do you guys think? Big booty Latinas. It's got me thinking. What do you guys think? Anyway, this leads me to something else from him, though. So this is a complete... Oh, I guess I should say, guys, if you like the vibe, the conversation and just the overall stuff, hit the sub button, hit the like, show the support, all the good stuff. We do this, we do gaming, we do hangouts, music, all the good stuff, just kind of hanging out, arguing at times, debating, but eventually chilling the fuck out. Anyway, moving on. I have a hypothesis, okay? And I wanted to use Alex Stein here. I hope I'm saying his name right. Alex Stein as a jumping off point for this hypothesis that I have. So let me pull up another video. Now, I haven't watched this video from him, so I don't really know exactly where it goes. But, oh, actually, you know what? Actually, I do have one thing I want to pull up first, actually. I found this right before I got on stream. And, you know, we've talked about Charlie Kirk. And, okay, if you guys were here before, after the, you know, Charlie Kirk shooting, a lot of people were, one, celebrating his death. I find that kind of crazy. Condemn that. That's not very good. Don't do that, guys. I mean, you know, in my opinion, do what you want, free speech, but you know what I mean? People were saying he's homophobic, he's racist, he's bigoted, he's whatever, right? So I was like, guys, send me clips. We're going to sit here and watch them in full context, or, you know, find the full context and try to identify. I want to know where people are getting that from, because from the content I've seen, I just really haven't seen that, right? And I just saw this clip before I hopped on stream, and I was like, whoa, because I've never seen this clip before. And I kind of wanted to share it with y'all. And this would be, I just wanted to share it with people that say, oh, you know, Charlie Kirk was homophobic. Now, I don't know the man and everything. I'm just saying, from what I've seen, it doesn't seem like he's hateful. It seems like he has certain ideals and, you know, things that he follows, being a Christian, conservative, like, you know, what have you. But it seems like he's a pretty reasonable person and everything, or was a, you know, a pretty reasonable person. So anyway, I wanted to play this. And this would be for like the people, I guess, that said he's, you know, homophobic and whatnot.
Kirk, thanks for coming out tonight. I got a question for you real quick. Up until about 5 years ago, when gay marriage was legalized nationwide, the conservative movement has been explicitly pro-traditional family. Now, both you and your organization advocate for the acceptance of anti-Christian, immoral lifestyles like homosexuality and transsexuality, going as far to invite drag queens like Lady MAGA to your events. It seems to me and anyone who's paying attention that conservatives just believe whatever liberals believed 5 years ago. Right now, there's a push by the left to normalize pedophilia by way of child drag queen shows and... Oh, excuse me. Phone shut off.
Go back to your notes. That's probably where you saved it. You know, you gotta like push double tap and then go over.
Right now, there is a push by the left to normalize pedophilia by way of child drag queen shows and rebranding pedophiles as minor attracted persons. 5 years from now, will you be promoting child drag queen shows? Will child abuse become part of the conservative platform?
Boy, that's a slippery slope fallacy if I've ever seen one. First of all, I've never invited a drag queen to come to any Turning Point USA event. I was at Politicon, and an individual by the name of Lady MAGA came up, and I took a picture, and she walked away. Secondly, let me ask you a question. Are you a Trump supporter?
Yes, sir.
So are you a proud Trump supporter?
Of course.
So are you sickened that he had a gay man speak at his convention?
Yes.
Then you're not a Trump supporter, my friend. Thank you very much. Let me ask you another question. Should he return the money of Peter Thiel, an openly gay man who supports his campaign?
No, if it helps him strategically,
okay.
Sure he can.
Should he stop talking to Tammy Bruce, who's an open lesbian that's a Fox News contributor?
If it's affecting his ideas, then probably, yeah.
Okay, so you say you're a Trump supporter, yet you have all these issues and these disagreements with him. Let me be very clear about my position. My personal position. I'm a Christian first and foremost, then an American, then a constitutionalist, then a conservative. In that order. I believe marriage, biblically, if we want to have a biblical and theological discussion, as articulated in the greatest book ever to exist in the history of the world, the Holy Bible. Marriage in the Holy Bible is one man, one woman. I also do not believe in the sort of rhetoric that some people engage in, that all of a sudden that they say there's no place for gay people in the conservative movement. I do not believe that.
That's not conservative.
And let me ask you a question. Can I ask you a question then?
Sure, go for it.
So, the American family, liberty, freedom, the Constitution, our history, veterans, that's what we're conserving. I'll get to you later though, don't worry. So let me ask you a question. What if you had your way, what would you do with gay people in America?
what would I do with them? I wouldn't.
Yeah, because they're not allowed in the conservative movement. So would you just kick them out anytime they show up at a Republican Party? If you were in charge, like what would you say? You can't be part of the Republican Party.
If somebody is advocating for being openly homosexual, yeah, they should not be part of the conservative movement.
So I just want to go through the list. Guy Benson, no place in the conservative movement. Dave Rubin, no place in the conservative movement. Peter Thiel, no place in the conservative movement. So that just to go down the list.
If they are supporting open homosexuality.
So I'm going to ask a very respectful question, as respectfully as I can. What does what they do in their private life concern you so much that you have to go up in front of a crowd? And
it is against God. That is
so. Let me ask you a question.
Are you a Christian or not?
Do we live in a theocracy? Yes or no? No. Do we live in a theocracy?
You said you're a Christian. I
am a Christian. And do you know what? And guess what? I will say this. Part of being a Christian is appropriately interpreting what the theological says for the individual, but also means to be long-suffering and patient and loving and kind. Jesus Christ talked to all people. Jesus Christ went and did his ministry through Judea and Samaria, and he had dinner with tax collectors, and he had dinner with prostitutes, and he did his ministry in every part of the Mediterranean. What it means to be a Christian, my friend, is to be open-minded but firm in your beliefs, so you can have that belief. But if you say there's something inherently wrong with communicating or associating just because they make different personal decisions than you, sir, are not a conservative. Thanks for being here tonight.
I really, really was happy that I found that. I really enjoyed that from him. He laid it out because it does seem like, at least from what I hear, from some Christian people, they say, well, being gay is, not Christian. It's, against the Bible or what have you, right? So to see him, be so accepting, but still stand by his beliefs. I have respect for that. And it didn't seem to me like he's being hateful towards gay people. It seems like he was standing up and defending them and stuff. So I just wanted to show that because, I don't know, people say he's homophobic or he was homophobic, and I'm just not really seeing that from him. He's just so articulate, and he just really dismantled that person's argument so well, on the spot like that. And I don't know, I appreciate it. And I don't know what you guys think, but yeah, I think that was pretty solid. I wanted to jump into, but like I was saying, Alex Stein did I think he did a trans debate, right? Or just was debating people on trans stuff. Haven't watched the video, but I've been thinking about, I have a hypothesis, okay? And I wanted to run you guys through it. And actually, I should have been looking it up while that was playing, because for whatever reason, I get everything lined up, and then I go live and I lose everything. But I'm gonna pull that up. Oh, tell me is it in here? Oh. All right, bear with me, y'all. Bear with me. But this is what we're about to pull up. I promise it might be interesting. Enjoy the silence of the Black Hole Radio broadcast. This is where you get your guys' drink. You flush the toilet, wash your hands, refill on snacks, smoke them if you got them. Cheers. Cheers. All right, y'all. Cheers. I have one sip of coffee left. All right. I'm going to try to get to this next video before my next refill. Cheers. That was the final sip. All right, geez. I don't know why it took me so long to find that. All right.
Of my child's friends who are trans.
You have a bunch of trans kids. You like trans kids?
I raised one.
You raised a trans kid? Were they born intersex or were they born aborted?
This is Alex Stein.
Just asking this fine gentleman here.
Yes.
If I could come and have a tent right next to you.
For sure.
Would that be okay?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I guess.
Guys, You know, there's a lot of people. It feels to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, send me some guys' names or girls' names, whoever, you know, right? If you know any off the top of your head. But conservatives are kind of more represented in the going out, setting up a table and having conversations / debates with people. And I would love to see this happening on like every side, right? Have the communists, the socialists, the progressives, the Democrats, conservatives, Republicans, what have you, all out there having civil debate and conversation, getting to know each other, building bridges, agreeing to disagree and all that stuff. I don't know why, but it feels one-sided. Like one side is kind of engaging more in that sort of, I guess, arena. And it would be cool to see the other side doing that more often. Or there being more names. But maybe they're not on my timeline. Maybe they're not on my feed. So...
be a rainbow tent.
That's fine.
And it would also be with all of my child's friends who are trans.
You have a bunch of trans kids. You like trans kids?
I raised one.
You raised a trans kid?
I raised a child who decided to follow their true heart and be who they are.
Their true heart?
Yes.
Okay, what about their other organs, like their genitals? That's they don't want to go by their true genitals?
Well, there are multiple ways that you can look at gender.
Okay, but no, there's only one way of looking at a biological sex, though. XX chromosome and XY chromosome. Do you understand science?
I'm a RN.
Oh, you are?
Yes.
Okay, so you do. So you do understand.
So
science.
I do.
So do you understand biological sex?
So have you gone through any training on all of the different ways that X and Y are put together, and that there
I want to go on my rant, but we're going to let this play a little longer before I start going off.
are many different dynamics to that there are some people who are born with both sets of genitalia?
There's intersex people born, yes.
Yes, you know them. Do you know any?
Yeah, I do know an intersex person. Yeah, I know.
Okay.
I know somebody's born with genitals. Were born without the proper genitalia, but in their instance, they affirm their gender at a very young age, which that is a medical application if you're born with a genital mutation. Listen.
So my child
Your child wasn't born with a genital.
Yes.
Were they born intersex or were they born a boy or girl?
Both.
Okay, that's not how it works. So when you're born intersex, you have genital.
This is my son.
That's your son?
Yep. No. This is my son.
So what time? When did you start your transition?
I want to say when I was really little, because I knew very young I was a boy.
You knew you were a boy?
Yep.
Even though you had a vagina, you knew you were a boy?
Yep.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry, you'll never be a boy. That's just...
Look, you'll never be a man.
I am a man. I am a man. I'm just saying, you just can't. It's like you're never going to be able to impregnate a woman. You know, it's just...
Why would I want to?
You can't make a baby like that.
Yes.
Why would I want to? I don't want to.
Now, Alex Stein, he's going to put some of you off. You know, the lefties in the audience. I hate to do this whole righty-lefty thing, but you guys understand what I mean. The lefties in the audience are going to be like, yo, this guy, it's a bit abrasive, right? But, comedy is sometimes abrasive. I like the way that he mixes comedy with politics. I find it refreshingly, I don't know, just out there. Just, it's entertaining, right? But he also, makes points that I want to jump into because, again, I'm saving my idea here.
Who wants a child in this environment when they're...
No, this is not Charlie Kirk, guys. Do not get confused. This is Alex Stein. I think it's a pimp on a blimp. Look him up. In fact, let me just make sure. We got to pay credit where it's due, guys. This is what we're watching right now, so you can check out his content and everything. Blah blah blah.
Like you,
your guys' abuse.
Oh really? Oh, I'm abusing you. Please put your mask on. I don't want to get COVID. I don't want to get COVID.
You know what? He's
no.
I'll have a
people who are
conversation.
Trans, but also people who are autistic. Also
Yeah, and why we shouldn't let autistic people, and you're probably autistic, and we shouldn't let autistic people transition their sex because they're autistic, they're retarded, and a retarded person cannot pick their gender. Do you understand?
He's going
that?
hard here. He's going hard.
Yeah.
Some speech is offensive, guys, but we're gonna dive into this.
The R word?
Yeah.
Okay, the R word. Come on.
Other stuff can be retarded.
You guys are gonna hear me say it. I'm not referring to people with mental disabilities. I'm referring to retarded people. You know what I mean? Like if somebody has, and I try to be careful with this, if somebody has a sort of characteristic that they don't control, right? Some sort of mix up in their neurology or, what have you. If you call them retarded, then you, sir, are retarded. Or ma'am, right? Because that's rude, right? If somebody can't control something, you're making fun of them for it in sort of like a malicious way and everything. That's not really cool. However, I do find the word applicable for people that just seem to be disingenuous or just lazy in thinking 2 or 3 steps ahead, right? And it kind of rolls off the tongue. Sonically, it's just, I don't want to say it's pleasing, but it has like a certain snap to it, right? Anyway, I don't want to get so, into the weeds on this. But anyway, yeah, I'm sorry.
Growth can be retarded. It's a word. Yeah, something can be retarded. Believe it or not. Yeah. And honestly, that's the thing is you probably have an
Did you invite this gentleman?
You have an autistic daughter, and it's sick.
Why did you say I was autistic?
Are you autistic?
No.
I doubt that. But listen, I just think it's sick. Parents like you letting their kids and telling your kids
how many children do you have? How many children do you have?
Don't worry about it.
Okay. Oh, so you can't admit it. How many?
He does go hard to the paint. I mean, it's pretty aggressive. I mean, I don't know. Not necessarily the way I go about, conversation and whatnot. But I mean, it's a way to be, I suppose. I mean, and it, it makes for what we're watching and everything, right? So.
And then you're a bad mom. I mean,
how many children did your parents have?
1.
They stopped when they should have. Good.
Yeah, and you should have stopped too. Luckily, you're not going to have any kids. Luckily, you can't procreate. Thank God.
Okay,
I mean,
we're done here.
I know.
But you
guys are sick. You wouldn't tell an anorexic person to continue to not eat, would you? If an anorexic woman, when you're a nurse, would you tell them, a person that had a mental illness, would you tell them to continue not to eat? Or would you tell a bulimic person to continue to throw up?
No.
Okay, so why would you tell a person with gender dysphoria they were born in the wrong body? It's a mental health issue. You don't solve it by cutting off your breasts. Sorry.
It's not.
Just think about that.
What about all the people with breast cancer?
Yeah, see, they're not really equipped, it seems like. And this is why you know what? I'm not going to say what you guys ought to do, but if you never engage with this type of speech, if you never engage with these ideas, then when you end up hearing somebody say these things, you're just standing there clueless and you don't know what to say because you have never thought about these things and sort of formulated opinions to have arguments against it. My hypothesis, all right, this is long-winded. I've run this by a couple people, right? Because I want to get this right. I'm going to put my foot in my mouth possibly, but I have an idea here, so bear with me. So basically, what I think is that this argument, when it comes to transness, like a woman being a trans man or a man being a trans woman, the reason it's not accepted by broader society and we're having these conversations is because it goes against people's fundamental understandings of the definitions of words. See, a lot of people, I think, this is my hypothesis, I could be wrong. A lot of people have sex and gender, and those are like interchangeable words, right? Where a more progressive approach is, no, sex is your biology and gender is something that's not your biology, but it's masculine and feminine, right? And basically, I think this argument or this way of thinking goes back a couple thousand years. Essentially, Plato and Diogenes, okay? Plato was obsessed with forms, all right? He thought like there's a chair. There's like an objective, perfect chair out there, the idea of a chair or the idea of man, like human, right? He said, he wanted to define things, it seemed, right? Man is a featherless bipedal, right? Standing on 2 legs. So Diogenes looks at this and he's like, well, that's kind of silly, right? Plucks a chicken, shows up at his lecture and is like, behold, you're man, right? And the whole idea is, a chair is something that has 4 legs and a back. Well, a horse has 4 legs and a back. Is a horse a chair? Defining things is difficult, right? And I feel like this argument is literally Plato's versus Diogenes. Most people, this is my hypothesis, when they think about sex and gender, they think like Plato. There's this form that they ascribe to. It checks these boxes. Now, although you could say, there's XXY people, So you can't go by chromosomes. Oh, there's intersex people. You can't go by that. People, you know, the Diogenes people will point to the statistical anomalies, the things that fall out of the norm. Some people are born with 11 fingers. Some people are born with 9 fingers. However, if you ask somebody, how many fingers does a human have? Most people are going to say 10 fingers, right? And I feel like it's this difference in thinking. Now, why does this matter? Because I'm interested in the idea of gender being disassociated with sex, right? And I think the way that sort of the trans ideology or movement or whatever is kind of shooting itself in the foot with the way it's moving. I think to be more accepted by broader society, instead of trying to co-opt or change the definition of something that people already sort of intuitively have an idea of and they all ascribe to this form, right? Instead of just poking holes in their form and saying, oh no, we're going to change your definition, create your own form, right? So create a third gender or a fourth gender, right? 3 and 4 to associate with masculine, however they want to do it. I don't know. I'm just a dude. All right. I'm just a dude orbiting a black hole, whatever. But anyway, you have this form that is disassociated from man and woman. You could, but the important thing with this, okay, real quick. So the meme question is on the internet, what is a woman? A conservative or traditional person will say a woman is a biological female, a man is a biological male. However, the reason the question is a meme is when you ask a quote unquote leftist or progressive, you know, what is a woman or what is a man? A lot of times their answers seem circular, right? And my thought on that is they're afraid to define it because to define something, you have to exclude things, right? To have a category, you kind of have to exclude things, like, you know, to a certain extent, right? And they're afraid of excluding anything because that's bigoted or that's bad or that's whatever. So they never want to do that. So you can't really give a definition. I think they have to create a form, create a third or a fourth group, and they have to define it. Define what it is and let people ascribe to it. And I think it'll be more accepted in broader society. I could be wrong. However, a video I wanted to watch with y'all to kind of, I think, prove my point or just kind of show an example of it is a Tyler Oliveira video. I'll pull it up if we can get to it. He goes all over the world and interviews people and political issues, culture issues. It's very interesting. He goes to Thailand and he interviews ladyboys and sort of like asks them questions about, you know, society over there, how life is and everything. And it seems as though, from what I gathered, and again, this is just one person's, you know, YouTube video, documentary video thing. So, you know, take it with a grain of salt. But it seemed as though the ladyboys were like, no, we're not women. We're ladyboys. We, you know, it's like they're not necessarily men in the traditional sense, but they're also not women, and they understand the difference there. And it seems as though people accept them for kind of like who they are and like what they are and everything, right? And that's that sort of like what I think having a third category would do, because you're not infringing on other people's sort of, not infringing, but you know what I'm saying? Like stepping on the toes of, maybe that is infringing, stepping on the toes of other people and their ideas. You have your own and they could disregard it, but over time, your language, whatever you call yourself, will probably seep into broader society and people will at least know what you're talking about when you say that thing. Anyway, I just wanted to get that off my chest. This is my idea. It's an idea that's been brewing in my head for a while because, again, and also there's a couple more details. There's going to have to be concessions made when it comes to things like sports. I mean, the sports are based on sexes, okay? I don't know that you're really going to be able to get around that one. There's a couple other things, but I don't necessarily think those are necessarily denying you the right to do something or like the general human rights. I think there will have to be concessions that are made. And then also, if you do this, if there's ever any radicals or people that are just, you know, kind of crazy and they try to, you know, claim to be a part of your group and they do some crazy stuff, you have to condemn them and distance yourself from the crazies, right? Because you're trying to be accepted by broader society. My whole idea here is just to be like, how could that group be more accepted in broader society and make everything make sense? And that was just like the idea I wanted to put out there. Anyway, I got that off my chest. It was my little hypothesis. Hopefully all those pieces made sense. Now I can look at chat. I'm just reading chat, sorry. We'll listen to a little bit of his stuff. It wasn't as deep as I mean, I didn't know what to expect. I kind of knew what to expect, but didn't 100% know how deep it was going to get and everything.
Okay, well, if you have breast cancer, that's not a transition. You're not transitioning. You're not cutting off you're cutting off your breast to save your life, not to become a boy. And I'm sorry.
Yeah, exactly. There's going to have to be concessions made, right? I don't think, like, there are some things that are sex, like they discriminate based on sex. Like there are some discriminations that are okay, right? Like a women's bathroom and a men's bathroom, right? It's an okay discrimination. Like there's a reason, like women's sports and men's sports, it seems to be an okay discrimination because it's there for a certain reason. Heavyweights versus featherweights versus lightweights. There's a discrimination there in a sense, right? I mean, is that a discrimination? It's an exclusion, right? You're categorizing people and putting them in different groups to compete with each other, but there's a reason behind it that's not meant to be oppressive. It's meant for safety and things along, those lines. So I think, well, that's what I think.
What about all the people who do cut off their breasts because they think they have breast cancer?
In an application of breast cancer, it is okay to get a mastectomy, but for you to get a mastectomy to think you're a guy, look at your body shape. Your hips are like a woman.
Yeah, I don't like that argument. What?
You're never going to be a guy. Your knees, you cannot physically lift as much as a guy. That's why the requirements for a woman to join the police force or the fire department is less. You do not fit the normal requirements of a male.
We're not wanting to be bodybuilders.
Okay, the they're them thing, they're they. I mean, who am I? I don't know. I'm just a dude, orbiting a black hole. Who am I? I don't think that's going to work. I think that's going to confuse people. I could be wrong, though. I'm thinking a third word that has no negative connotations to it, that isn't a super popular word taken for something else. Just, it could be completely made up. It sounds silly, but I don't know.
I'm just saying you couldn't do it. You're not a boy.
Yes,
I know.
I am happier than I have been in years, and I will be happier.
Did you cry?
Than you have
Did you
ever
cry when they
been
cut off
in
your breasts?
life.
Not at all.
You didn't even cry?
We had a party.
I had a blast. Recovery was awesome. Nothing bad went wrong. There was a chance that it went wrong, and it didn't.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. I see what you're saying,
Christine.
Christine.
And there's always a chance that people are going to lean into more conservative beliefs. However, there's also a chance that people are going to learn that they are happier because they do things that they like. You are happy doing this, and that's completely fine.
Yeah, that is fine. And honestly, you're an adult. But this is the problem for me when it comes to the trans stuff. Do you go and change in the guys' locker room?
No.
Why not?
Because I don't change anywhere. I get changed at home where I am.
Would you go in the guys' bathroom?
No.
Yes, occasionally.
We try to find family bathrooms.
So
I do occasionally go into the guys' restroom, but it's not a preferred thing because it's not really well kept.
Yeah, but see, that's the thing is we don't want a guy to just put on a dress and be able to go in the locker room with my girlfriend. That's what I don't
hold
want,
on.
And that happens. That's
Preferred thing.
Family bathrooms.
So
I do occasionally go into the guys' restroom, but it's not a preferred thing because it's not really well kept.
Yeah, but see, that's the thing.
Wait, but you can't just pick and choose. Oh, come on.
We don't want a guy to just put on a dress.
I'm not trying to be like dramatic here, but come on. Like, what do you mean?
And be able to go in the locker room with my girlfriend. That's what I don't want, And that happens.
If
that does happen. Are you going to act that naive and act like that
guys
doesn't
can
happen?
sexually assault people whenever, on the street, anywhere they like. Why would they need to go through all the transition just to be able to do that?
Because they would
that
get
they can already
arrested.
do?
They would get arrested in that instance. But if they just put on a dress and say I'm a girl, then they can walk
They're
into the
getting
locker room.
arrested anyway.
Well, they would get. I mean,
There's definitely guys at Planet Fitness that have been caught, or
because of the
guys,
bathroom
girls, whatever you want to call it, going into the bathroom of a girl's locker room.
And they're getting arrested because people.
I'm assuming they're getting arrested. I don't know how widespread this is. I mean, of course, with enough people, you could assume there's somebody doing that, right? But is it like this super widespread thing? I don't know. Probably not, but I don't know.
A cis woman is a guy. This has happened in the 1970s.
Do you realize how out of whack we are? Like, you're saying that you're a guy, and I hate to break it to you, you do not have a penis. That's what
I could get one.
No, you can't.
Yes, I can.
They can cut you up.
Well, you're saying why are the Republicans? Eric Klein. It's a good question, right? I mean, maybe it's a bit tongue-in-cheek or whatever, but you said, why are Republicans so afraid of men in dresses? New poll. Shit, I might need to run that. But do we agree that men commit more violent crime than women? That men are accounted for? And, you know, I mean, there's this whole idea that women need to be careful, you know, around men, or, you know, oh, would you rather see a bear in the woods or a man in the woods? And then you're like, well, why are Republicans afraid of men in dresses? And it's like, you just answered your question right there. You know what I'm saying? If that's the way you're looking at it, like biological men in dresses. Because if you're saying you're a woman, does that mean that, what is it, the propensity for violence is now that of a woman? Or do you still carry that, right? And of course, not all of us are super violent or something, but statistically speaking, right, on average, it seems like men are more violent than women. It just seems to be the case.
They can slice you down up there, and they can add skin from your arm, but that's not going to be a penis. I hate to break it to you.
You're only talking about phalloplasty. There is also metoidoplasty.
I'm telling you, your sexual satisfaction will go way down. You will not be able to have any sort of sexual pleasure.
That's why I'm not getting phalloplasty. That's what I'm saying.
Good. Do not let them cut your genitals at all. You'll lose all sexual satisfaction after.
Actually, I did not lose any sensation in my chest after surgery. They even gave me an injection that they told me, this may lower your sensitivity, but that was because of the surgery, because they didn't want to accidentally wake me up during surgery. I have gotten all of my sensation back in my chest even after that injection. And that's a very low chance of that happening.
Where's your dad?
Oh, my dad works at Access Clinicals.
And he's okay with this?
Yes.
Grandma, grandpa,
no.
Yes.
They're North Dakota, they're okay with it?
Yep. Not all North Dakotans are assholes.
It's not being an asshole. Really,
not all North Dakotans
really and truly,
are
I hate to break it to you,
bigots.
You're kind of the asshole for doing this and putting your family,
putting my family through it. They paid for it willingly.
I know. It shows your mom.
I could have paid for
sicker
this.
Than you.
I could have paid for this all myself.
You had a beautiful daughter. Think about it. You had a beautiful daughter.
Yeah, I don't think this is the greatest way to go about it. I'm interested, you know, if there's any, well, obviously, saying you're trans in the chat, you know, since we have so many different viewpoints, you know, you gotta try to be respectful, guys. You know, keep it reasonable here, because I want to hear all the viewpoints and whatnot. And, you know, having that conversation with a trans person, because I'm a dude. I was born a dude, but I can't tell you that I feel like a dude, because I've never felt like a woman, because I've never been a woman. So saying you feel like a man or feel like a woman just doesn't make sense to me, because I've only been myself, and I have nothing to relate myself to, because I've only been myself. So when somebody says that, it just sounds to me like, okay, you want to be treated as this thing, right? Because if you were in the woods, you know, having to survive on your own, you wouldn't care if you were a man or a woman. You would be just trying to survive. It would make little difference. It's only in society. It's the way that people see you, the way that people treat you, the way that you want to be seen. It's like ego, right? So, yeah.
You ruined your beautiful daughter.
What?
You had a beautiful daughter. Yeah.
I have beautiful
that looks
children.
just like you. I know. You guys could literally
I look
be
more
twins.
like my dad than my mom.
Completely.
You guys look a lot alike. I'm sorry to break it to you.
My older brother looks more like my mom.
I'm sorry to
than
break
I
it to you guys. Y'all look alike, okay?
Yeah,
You could have had a
we're
beautiful
family.
daughter. You could have had a spitting image of you. She could have been in a marriage, could have had kids, could have made you a beautiful grandmother, and none of that's going to happen. And instead, you laugh about cutting off your child's breast.
No, it wasn't.
Because they have a mental illness.
It was a celebration. Yeah.
You guys are more than welcome to come tonight.
Okay, we might be here.
Bring the whole Rainbow Coalition.
I might.
Bring every gay person in North Dakota here, and trans. Are you gay?
The room would be overflowing.
Wait. Are you gay? Are you into?
You don't need to know
Are you
my
into guys or girls?
No. You don't need to know our sexuality.
Yeah, because it's too confusing. You don't even know your own sexuality.
I'm serious.
So you like?
Well, okay. I mean, now I'm confused, because if you're straight, like, in what sense? Because if you're, are you what?
Women.
Okay. Wait. So you have a vagina and you like women. So
I missed it. My headphones suck. Sorry.
You like
women.
So okay. There's straight, trans, man, meaning they like women. Look, a lot of times I just try to meet people at their definitions. As long as we could agree on a definition, as long as I could understand the word, what you mean by the words that you say, we could have a conversation, right? So I'm just trying to understand here.
Okay. Wait, so you have a vagina and you like women, so that makes you a gay lesbian. I'm sorry.
No,
that's what you.
It makes me a straight man. I am attracted to women in the same way you are attracted to women. Have a good day.
So you're a lesbian, you're not a boy. Guys.
Anyway, not the most productive thing. Although, you know, sometimes, you know, you get different reactions out of people. Sometimes it's interesting. Sometimes it's for clicks, right? I mean, this is just the nature of the internet and, you know, content and everything. Ooh, if you guys are appreciating or enjoying the conversation with each other, it looks like you guys are getting along. I always love to see that. Be sure to hit the like button, the sub button. Appreciate all the support. Y'all are the best. Most of y'all are the best. I mean, y'all are pretty cool. Y'all are pretty cool. We're chilling. This is Black Hole Radio. Hold up. Let me drop this for a second. Look at that. Feast your eyes on the black hole. It's crazy out here in between space and time. You saw that? I just hit my freaking face on the microphone. Completely embarrassing. But appreciate you guys. I really have been enjoying this and I want to continue. However, I must drain the main vein. So I'm going to throw on some copyright free music. Let you guys chill out while I go and do that and refill my cup of coffee. Oh my gosh, I was playing Fallout 4 the other night here on stream, and I love the radio stations and all the songs they play and everything, and I got copyrighted for that. And I'm like, what? The song is in the game. If any of you guys know anything about that, could I dispute that and be like, hey, the song is in the game, or I just really can't stream with the radio playing in Fallout, because that's so frustrating to me. But no, for the most part, if it's like demonetized or whatever, I'm like, okay, whatever. But when it says blocked, I'm like, wait a second, so now people can't even watch it? That's so lame. But anyway, copyright free music. We might get to, what time is it? It's kind of late or early, depending on, you know, where you're at. We might get to some Fallout. I don't know. All right, bear with me. Bear with me. This is not the vibe whatsoever. I mean, these have been hit or miss. Now, I'm looking for something kind of chill, like just something kind of, you know what I mean? It's where I'm at, it's late. Although there is no concept of timeout here. But, yeah. I will eventually have a playlist, okay? It's too early for Christmas music. Although apparently they already have Christmas decor and merchandise out. Come on. Like we get, I think the rule is get through Halloween. All right? Jeez. I didn't want guitar instrumental, but that's actually okay. I don't hate it. Guys, what? Julian, what is happening? John, what's going on? Well, I appreciate it. Even if it is, I guess, to spite John, it is appreciated. You're helping keeping the lights on here. All right? Guys, inflation is crazy. I didn't sleep for 3 days. All right? The black hole being out here, well, it affects, you know, human functions, okay? So I have to sleep in a cryogenics tube. A lot of you know that. Some of you are new here. I ran out of the fluid. All right? Inflation is crazy. I had to go and get fluid on the black market. I was up for 3 days before I could get some, right? Well, they cut the cryo fluid with I don't know, they don't have it on Earth, but it's kind of like dried quinoa that's ground up and like Kool-Aid, right? And they cut it with that, and the whole time you're frozen there sleeping, you're having nightmares. So it's been rough, but I do appreciate the support. I'm gonna be able to afford that good old cryo fluid. Anyway, I'm gonna go take a piss. Appreciate you.
Jazz Club. Really flying the music. Okay.
just a little fast for like what I'm feeling right now. And that's the problem with it. Okay. Well, this is very emotional. Oh, I like this though. This is a vibe. Link in my description to the channel with these playlists. It's like YouTube copyright-free music or something, but okay, so what other nonsense do we have lined up? Well, unfortunately, it gets more serious. You know, I like the whole big booty Latinas and all that because we could kind of lighten up the mood a little bit. Sometimes it's nice not to be talking about death and destruction, psyops, and just, you know, everything seeming against you, right? You get kind of nihilistic, tunnel visioned, and just depressed. So I like to break it up, you know? However, there has been some shootings. There's been some unfortunate events, right? One in North Carolina. I'm going to get some information on that. And one in Michigan at a church, I believe. So that's also on the docket. And that's what we're doing next. So, yeah. Oh, I don't really have too much info. I saw it, but I was kind of busy today, so I didn't really have a chance to dive into everything. I mean, don't forget, guys, we're live every day except for when we're not. So, just to let you know my schedule right now. It's pretty consistently inconsistent. Boom. There we go. Bam. Okay. So. Oh, well, this is Portland. This is a whole nother thing. Oh, this is all my Portland stuff. We're going to do Portland. I believe now, is the National Guard going to Portland? Hold up. Morning as troops go to Portland. We're going to do that because there's Antifa. There's a bunch of people watching Portland. Remember when BLM, I think it was BLM. I forget what it was. But you're going to watch me click through this stuff until I find my, like, get my shit together. I think it was BLM. I remember having all the different cameras up in all the different cities and just watching destruction. I mean, late at night. I mean, during the day, it was, you know, peaceful protests and shit. But at night, I just saw, like, so much crazy shit, right? And I was like, whoa, this is kind of crazy. Although it doesn't take too many people to, you know, make something look crazy. If you have a lot of people, like 100,000 people doing something, and 5% of people do something stupid, that's 5,000 people. And you could kind of make that look like a crazy amount of people. So, anywho, let me actually find the shit I was going to show you guys. Or watch with y'all. All right, here we go. Michigan. Boom.
Make sure that
Fox News.
Everybody's ready.
We'll do. I think we have CNN as well, but you know, multiple sources. Blah blah blah. Let's continue.
So, everybody ready? Okay. Hi, I'm Grand Blanc Township Police Chief William Rennie. That's R-E-N-Y-E. Here to give you some preliminary details on an incident that happened earlier today at 10:25 a.m. within Grand Blanc Township. First off, I'd like to say our thoughts and prayers go out to the victims of this incident, which is completely unnecessary and avoidable. The incident that we're going to talk about here today, as I said, was happened at 10:25 a.m. at the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, which is located at 4285 McCandless Road. During this incident, what we know right now is that a 40-year-old suspect from Burton, he's a male, he drove his vehicle through the front doors of the church.
No.
He then exited his vehicle, firing several rounds at individuals within the church.
Wow.
10 gunshot victims have been transported to local hospitals at this time, including one who has been deceased. Officers who were trained immediately responded to the area. One was a DNR officer, and then one was a Grand Blanc Township officer, where they met the suspect
happening?
And they engaged in gunfire with that particular.
It's just, guys, is it getting crazier? Or are the algorithms just pushing more of this stuff to us? Is it just getting kind of a magnifying glass or amplified more? It feels as though it's happening more often, but it could just be being pushed and amplified and promoted and everything heavier than it was before. So I don't know. I need to look at some stats. I need to like figure all that out. But it feels like there's a lot of political shootings and, you know, general mayhem and violence and, you know, destruction and stuff going on. Of course, we're still going to get into this. I don't know anything about motives and everything, but, you know, if somebody shoots up a church, you can kind of generally think, well, maybe they had something against the church or something against the religion or, you know, what have you. So not to say it's necessarily political. Would that be considered political? Is that like theological? Right? I don't know, but we shall see.
Individual neutralizing that suspect, and that suspect is no longer with us. As I said, it is a 40-year-old male from Burton. During all this incident as well, there was a fire that occurred, and we believe that was deliberately set by the suspect.
Wow.
We do believe that we will find additional victims once we have that scene secure. That fire was just extinguished by the Grand Blanc Township Fire Department within the past hour. So where we go from here is we have investigators.
Oh, ideological. I mean,
search warrants on the suspect's residence. We're going to find out if there was a motive. We're going to go through cell phone records, things like that. We have the FBI. You know, they're devoting 100 agents to this area because, as you can imagine, there's a lot of witnesses that were within the church, and that is a lot of witness information, statements that we have to obtain. So I'd like to thank all the agencies who responded, the City of Grand Blanc, Genesee County, Oakland County Sheriff's Office.
John, you have such a weird way to argue. I haven't caught all of your guys' arguments. What are you guys arguing about? Just out of curiosity, I'm sorry. Chat, a lot of times, I mean, I love getting distracted by chat. I love chatting with y'all. Mormon gang violence out of control. What? Well, that's a new one. We were just talking about Mormons the other night. We were diving into that. That was some interesting stuff. I learned a lot about pajamas. Or undergarments, I guess. But, regardless. CK not being racist. Yeah, and he doesn't seem racist to me. If you guys got some clips you want to pull up, let me know. We can get into that. I mean, we got to get through all this, though. The news and whatnot. But I mean, we've actually covered that before, but we can always circle back, so many times. But
Flint Township Police Department, the DNR, the state police, and the ATF. I will provide additional information for you at 5 p.m., but I am willing to take any questions that you have that I could possibly answer right now.
Chief, can you talk about the kind of the progress of events? Did the suspect set the fire, then get back inside of his vehicle and then ran the front door, or did it all happen at the same time?
So from what I understand, and again, this is just a preliminary investigation right now, from what I have been briefed on, is that he rammed the vehicle through the front door, exited, then started firing shots. We are still trying to determine exactly when and where that fire ended up coming from and how it got started. So
maybe they don't know that it was him. It could have been during the commotion. Maybe a candle was knocked over and the place, went ablaze. But, the shooter could have done it too, right? But ramming, driving, through the front doors and then, coming out and it sounds like shooting people is just absolutely insane. And if, things like this keep happening, you're going to have security everywhere, which is, if you're a person who doesn't want to see the National Guard in the streets, who doesn't want to, feel like everywhere there's an agent or, a military, member, or that we're being surveilled, or there's, all these cops everywhere. If you don't want to feel like that, then you probably don't want these things to happen. Because let's say this happens a few more times. Well, then people are going to have a bunch of security around churches, or cops are going to be around churches, or you have like the National Guard protecting churches. And they say it happens at schools. You're going to have people doing, protecting schools. And then basically you're going to have police and officers everywhere to make sure that people aren't running around killing each other, right? So I wouldn't celebrate this stuff if I were you, from just a strategic standpoint, at the very least. If you can't be like reasonable, because I feel like, come on, guys, political violence. No, we can't be doing that. I have to draw the line somewhere. I like entertaining ideas, but come on, guys. Although I have drawn out lines, right? I've said, you know what? There's probably a point, obviously there's a threshold where, political violence may be necessary. And, I basically described a tyrannical government that was doing absolutely ridiculous things. If the government said every man under 6 feet tall and every woman over 160 pounds, we're going to, take you and, put you down. We're going to euthanize you. We're going to execute you because we're just going to get rid of you guys because we don't want you. That would be such an unreasonable thing. And if they started doing that, you would obviously have to fight back against the government, because that's absolutely just, what are you talking about? That's just, what I'm saying? It's an extreme circumstance. And what I'm saying is, it's just an example of, well, that would be a crazy circumstance in which obviously you fight back. But I don't know that we've necessarily reached that threshold or are really anywhere close. And you want to be able to have a dialogue, because if you can't have a dialogue, all you have left is violence. And we don't want violence, because it's really just going to set us both back. It's going to set everybody back, Not as both, because I'm actually like more in the middle. I'm not really on one side or the other. But it's just going to, it's not going to get anywhere. Like, I'm gonna be honest, if you're on the right, you're not going to destroy the left. If you're on the left, you're not going to destroy the right. We got to find some sort of moderate, some sort of in between where we could exist without destroying each other, right? I think that's like a better way to go, because I don't think you're going to be able to completely destroy each other. So I'm just trying to speak pragmatically, right? I think the push and pull is good, though. Anyway, sorry, getting on with it.
We believe it was deliberately set, though, by the suspect.
Were they in an active service when this happened?
Yes, the service was active. There was hundreds of people within the church.
Are you sure it's only one suspect at this point, or is it possible other people helped setting the fire, what have you?
Yes, it is one suspect that we know of at this point. We do not believe that there's a threat to the public. We believe that we have the guy who did this. Sir.
Could you comment at all on the severity of the injuries at this time?
We have a couple in critical condition. Like I said, one is deceased. The rest of them are in stable condition.
So a couple, maybe 3 or 2, I'm sorry?
One deceased. The suspect is deceased as well. And then multiple victims are in critical condition. We do believe that we will find some additional victims once we find the area where the fire was.
Any word on the weapon yet?
An assault rifle.
So, any, as far as ammunition, did he have live ammunition?
That I don't know of yet, and I could get you later.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hi, Bill.
Hey.
Was the suspect known to authorities, and did he have any connection to anyone who was in that church?
Right now, we don't have any of that information, but I'm confident that our investigators, along with the FBI, we're going to end up uncovering all that information and provide that at a later time for you.
Chief, to clarify, you said there may be additional victims like inside the church? Or?
Yes, where the fire was. So, and the reason why we can't confirm that just yet is because it was a large fire, and we do believe that there was people up there that were near that fire, and they were unable to get out of the church. So we do believe that we will find additional victims once we're able to search that, once there's no signs of a fire reigniting.
So do you believe that the victims that are still there, they succumbed to fire injuries or gunshots, or you're not sure yet?
So
that
is
I'm
this
not sure, but I could provide all.
Because this was 14 hours ago. Was this happening at the
all that information
time, like his interview happening while the place was still on fire, or they were trying to put it out?
Hopefully at 5 p.m.
But shots were fired.
Shots were fired, yes.
And he had no idea how many, though, at this point.
No idea how many at this time. Yeah.
Can you describe the church? Is there like a worship area and then like a gathering space or something like that? I mean, can you...
That I have not been in, so I can't tell you the layout.
Chief, can you kind of describe the process of how things change for tactical response when there's an active fire? Every training I've seen, it's always been a building that has not been on fire. So how do you then deal with an active shooter when you have that situation happening as well?
Well, we are here at Grand Blanc Township, and there's a lot of agencies within the state of Michigan. We are specifically trained to go right to the threat in an active shooter situation, and I'm proud of my guys. And
I assume you would you go for the intruder or the threat first, like the human threat that could harm people, and then you take care of the fire. Because it's the same with the ambulance, right? If it's a violent situation, generally the cops come in before the EMTs to like secure the scene, right? So I would assume it would be the same thing with the firefighters. I don't know. That's just my assumption there. Although it'd be nice if they could still try to put out the fire while it's going on. But of course, if this dude's already shooting random people, it'd be a shame if he just shot some firefighters on top of that. It's like what the hell? So.
Who responded to this scene, who immediately took that suspect out, so there was no additional victims. So it was a great job by our staff. Okay.
So it was a law enforcement officer that neutralized the suspect?
Yes, there was 2 law enforcement officers involved. I will be back here at 5 p.m. to give you additional information and hopefully answer some of the questions that you guys went over here today. So, okay. Supervisor Bennett.
I could just go sit in here. I'm so sorry. Thank you so much. Sorry.
Hello, Scott Bennett, Grand Blanc Township Supervisor. Scott, S-C-O-T-T, Bennett, B-E-N-N-E-T-T. First, let me say we are heartbroken. This kind of violence doesn't happen in our community, and we are heartbroken that it came to Grand Blanc Township. And we're going to do everything we can to support the families, the victims, and our community getting through this situation. And it's something that no community ever wants to have. And we're going to do our best to do everything we can. We appreciate the outpouring of support from our elected leaders from both national and state in offering their assistance, and we probably will take them up on their offers. So we appreciate that very much.
Now this one's from 4 hours ago.
Topping national news, the FBI is investigating a targeted act of violence at a church in Michigan. There, a man opened fire before setting the building on fire as well. In all, 5 people were killed, including the gunman, while 8 others were injured. Roop Raj, the evening anchor at our Fox affiliate in Detroit, has been reporting from the scene all day and is joining us live tonight. And Roop, this has been...
I have to say, y'all are good sports. Y'all are good sports.
A tragic day for your state.
It certainly has. We're coming to you from about an hour away from Detroit.
Yeah, I've never seen, I don't know if I've ever seen any of those either. A White Castle. I don't know that I've ever seen it.
Detroit, and about 20 minutes away from Flint. So we're just kind of in between the 2 cities, if you will. And in this small town of Grand Blanc, Michigan, about 400 yards away, there's a church that, of course, you've been showing pictures of all day long, and the whole country, the whole world has been watching.
Interesting.
Out of this Church of Latter-day Saints, there were parishioners who were there starting the morning off, presumably about 12 hours ago, expecting a nice day of calm prayer, when suddenly they heard a big bang. And it was that bang that was actually the pickup truck that slammed into the front of this church. And when that happened, apparently people thought, okay, maybe someone had a medical emergency. Some people started running outside the church to see what had happened. And when they ran out, this man, Thomas Sanford, investigators say, came out and just started spraying bullets in the parking lot. He was killed there in the parking lot, but not before shooting 10 people inside the church or right outside the church in the parking lot as well, and also setting fire to the entire church. And when he did that, there were so many people who, of course, were trying to get out. They were actually covering children and older people with their bodies, trying to take care of those who are more vulnerable around them. And as they did that, the fire then started, and it's unclear if there were explosives that were inside as well that may have caused the entire thing to then go up. Now, I can tell you right now that some of the people we spoke with, they say that the ones inside that building are, simply put, heroes.
It's very tragic, and that's not what our community is. I'm confident that we're going to overcome this, as Graham Blank always overcomes these type of...
I'm not hearing, I don't think I've heard a motive yet. I'm just kind of getting my first bit of news with this, like what's going on.
Incidents. And I also like to acknowledge the heroism of not only the first responders, but the people who were inside that church at the time. They were shielding the children who were also present within the church, moving them to safety. Just hundreds of people just practicing their faith. Just extreme courage, brave, and that's the type of community that we are.
Sadly, at this hour, we know that inside of that church, there are people that weren't able to make it out. And at this point, this is a recovery mission inside of that church as those firefighters and the ATF agents and others go in there looking for anybody who may have been left behind. In the meantime, I ran into about 40 to 60 parishioners who were outside of the church who were waiting to basically get their cars. They were here this morning and they were escorted one by one inside, given to show their keys, and then they had to go to their cars, and the FBI escorted them out car by car as each of them came in and then left. That was the last time we saw everyday civilians in this area. Now it's all investigators who are looking at a terrible crime scene here in Grand Blanc, Michigan. Reporting from Grand Blanc, Roop Raj. Now back over to you.
And Roop, if I may ask a quick question, the suspect, is much known about him and whether or not he had any connection to this church?
At this point, it doesn't appear from anyone that we spoke with, both members of the church or others, that he had some...
Daniel Garrett, good to see you. Been a while, but why do you come bearing bad news, saying it's going to get worse before it gets better? I fear that that is the case. I hope not. I hope things can settle down. I hope people don't start retaliating and going back and forth and things get worse and worse and worse. But good to see you.
Connection to the church. However, that has not yet been completely confirmed yet. We know that he had, as you may have seen some of the pictures, 2 very large American flags. Apparently, according to some neighbors, he's a veteran of the Iraq War. It's not clear exactly what contributed to his anger, his hatred, and ultimately the violence that caused what happened here behind us today.
All right, Roop Raj live.
I did forget how... Okay, David. Or Daniel, you're being over the top. I forgot how unhinged you were. I understand you've had it pent up all this time.
Grand Blanc tonight, Michigan, just outside of Detroit and Flint. All right, thank you for that live report. And a second tragic mass shooting happening at...
Wait, did they? Did they announce that? Okay, we're going to try to get to that.
Waterfront restaurant in the coastal...
And this is what we're going to pull up next. I mean, I guess I'll let it play.
Southport, North Carolina, last night. A man on a boat pulled up to the restaurant, opened fire, killing 3 and injuring 5 before speeding away. Police say it was a planned attack.
We believe that this was a targeted location. 2025 at approximately 9:30, members of the Southport Police Department were dispatched to cause of shots fired with multiple injuries at the American Fish Company at 150 Yacht Basin Drive here in Southport. Reports came in rapidly of a boat sitting in the waterway, reports of a subject shooting multiple patrons of the establishment. Unfortunately, 3 were wounded fatally. We have 5 injured that are at area hospitals.
Did you just say from
still receiving care. The boat fled the ICW toward the Oak Island Bridge.
From a boat?
Shortly after 10 p.m., the Coast Guard observed a single individual matching the description of the shooter, loading their boat at a public boat ramp in the area of Northeast 55th Street on Oak Island. Coast Guard crews detained the suspect, who was held at the Oak Island Police Department before being turned over to several members there, including the Southport Police Department, Brunswick County Sheriff's Office, Marine Fisheries, and the Oak Island Police Department. Also the SBI that were assisting us in these various locations. Suspect is a now Max Edge. He's been arrested and charged with 3 counts of first-degree murder, 5 counts of attempted first-degree murder, and 5 counts of assault with a deadly weapon with intent to kill. inflicting serious injury. There are additional charges pending. This is still a very active investigation. But there's a couple of things that I want to point out to you today before I turn it over to some of these individuals behind me. Some facts that we have at this time is that we believe that this was a targeted location. We appear that he acted in what we call a lone wolf. He acted alone. This is highly premeditated from what we're seeing at this time. And we feel there are no other threats to our community, that we do have someone in custody. So that's what's important, that I want the community to know, that we do have someone in custody, and we feel like we have no other threats this time. Still a very active investigation. I want to point that out. We're asking that anyone
got the chat on screen. That took forever.
Last night, those who may have been at the establishment on Friday night, to call our office, the Southport Police Department, at 910-457-7911. Again, when we arrived last night, it was a very chaotic scene. We had people that had fled the scene before officers were arriving. We did have some injured that walked into our local hospital here on Howe Street. So we are still trying to get these folks in. We need to talk to them. Anyone who may have video of the incident, we're asking you to reach out to our police department. Again, call us at 910-457-7911. We understand this suspect identifies as a combat veteran. He self-identifies. Injured in the line of duty is what he's saying. He suffers from PTSD. We want to point those facts out. But again, the bottom line is that I want to assure our community that we feel like we do have our suspect in custody. And again, we're asking for your assistance. So those are two of the things I want to make sure and reiterate before I turn the microphone over to Sheriff Chisholm, to please call our office if you have any videos, or if you were there last night and we have not talked to you. We've been talking to multiple people. Again, we've had an outpouring of support from multiple agencies. Some 60 to 80 officers were here last night helping us, and we have still a lot of folks here that are continuing with its investigation.
All right. You guys want to watch lefties losing it? I'm just kidding. Terrible stuff. Terrible stuff. Interested to see people's reasonings for doing this stuff. What concerns me is, even if it is just happening at a similar rate, if it's being covered more, I think you increase the likelihood of copycat crimes. All of these people supposedly engraving bullets and whatnot, leaving messages on bullets or bullet casings, seems to be a new phenomena. Like everybody, like the first shooter did it. What, Luigi? Like the first recent big shooter, I guess, that started garnering support for their murder, did it, and then other people followed suit. And I would hate to see that with other things that we're seeing done now. So, a method troll. Yes, I like building bridges, and well, bridges need trolls, and trolls need bridges. John seems like good people. I don't know, Garrett. I don't know if that's true. And even if it is, I don't know if, like, just because somebody likes you, like, imagine if a bad person liked you. Does that mean you're a bad person? I mean, just to simplify the argument. Anyway, it doesn't necessarily mean that. It could, though. Wait, trans girl that shot up Christian school. Wait, which one are you talking about, Sly? Is that this one or no? Right? I'm trying to remember. I mean, sorry, there's been a lot of stuff going on. Oh man, I'm unfamiliar with the phenomena, at least by the name. Try to look it up. I'm interested. Where are we at? I mean, from context clues, I think I get what you're saying, but curious what this is about. Also known as the frequency illusion, is a cognitive bias where you suddenly notice something you recently learned about, leading you to believe it's suddenly more common than it actually is. It's caused by two processes: selective attention, where your brain focuses on the new information, and confirmation bias, when you interpret each new encounter as proof that the thing is appearing more frequently. Sure, no, exactly. I love that. It's so succinct. But yeah, it could. So is it that, or is it actually happening more, right? Yeah, I don't really like the whole like they're pedos and Nazis. I think that, you know, I push for a freedom of speech thing in chat. I like the idea of, you know, having open communication. However, when I saw people celebrating Charlie Kirk's death, it felt very insightful. It felt like people, well, actually, I mean, some of the videos I saw, people were cheering it on and saying there needed to be more death and to come after his family and to, you know, get other people and stuff along those lines. And yeah, no, I don't support that. And I don't support stochastic terrorism. So it's made me think about moderation. I hate having to moderate. Boom, boom. All right. Bear with me here. Oh yeah, I guess it was Portland next. Well, actually, I don't know. This one kind of melted my brain earlier. So I guess we're gonna break up the craziness. I mean, those stories are super fresh, so you know, we're not gonna get into conspiracy and stuff. Maybe we'll jump on X and see what the latest stuff is, because for some reason X seems to be, in my experience, we kind of get things just faster than anywhere else. But where was it? Here it is. Is it this one? No, it's not that one. What the hell? Oh, here we go. This melted my brain. I mean, it should lighten things up, I think. So, I think.
I didn't do anything wrong.
Ignore this part. Ignore this
I had
part.
somebody
It's this one right here. Now, I was checking out. Yeah, we watched a bunch of different people. I don't even know how much of her content I've seen, to be honest, but you know, I was clicking around. And this is a Melanie King video. And, you know, she was taking snippets from different people and, you know, applying her commentary. In fact, it was either her video or somebody else's where I found that Charlie Kirk snippet of him basically defending gay people. Anyway, regardless, check them out. You know, I always like to shout out where we're watching and all that good stuff. But this melted my brain.
comment on my video the other day saying that Ozempic and these weight loss drugs are trying to exterminate fat people. They want to get rid of us. And somebody commented and said, "How dare you use the same language about this that is used about what's happening in the Middle East?" It's all the same thing. And that isn't to obviously discount what's happening. It's really bad. Lots of stuff is really bad, and it all comes from the same place. It's all white supremacy. It's all heteronormativity and capitalism. It's all the same.
I like, bro, people just say words. I think people just say words. What the hell are you talking about, lady? But hey, I'm open-minded. I'm listening. Let's listen.
Same thing. Fat phobia is racism.
What?
Racism is classism. classism is racism.
I think there's differences in these things. It's like a Venn diagram, right? You got these circles and the circles intersect with each other, right? But the circles, you know, they kind of have their own distinctions in and of themselves outside of their intersecting, you know, spaces. So they mean different things.
The way that the modern world has been created is with capital and control as its guiding principles.
What is this? Okay, hold on. She's probably gonna explain.
So when they're trying to whittle down every single fat person, they're so excited that they found a drug that makes it so we don't exist anymore.
I don't even understand this. It's like, are they running around sticking people with Ozempic? Like, oh my gosh, we got one. They're like sitting outside a Golden Corral and like sticking people on the way in. Like, what are you talking about? Well, and who is they? Oh my gosh. I'm sorry. It just feels like she wants to be oppressed. I don't know her. You know, I'm sure she's a wonderful person and all that great stuff. But what the hell are you talking about? But hey, if anybody could, you know, enlighten me on this take here, please do, because I don't understand. It's just like, just don't take Ozempic or don't take the drug and just don't exercise and just exist. I don't understand. I don't think people, again, it's like nobody's forcing you to do anything, right? I'm so confused. And plus, comparing it to racism or comparing it, I'm sorry, but your weight is controllable outside of, you know, some circumstances, right? But it's controllable where it can change. Whereas like if you're black or if you're white, that's kind of your skin color and that kind of is what it is, right? There's things called immutable characteristics that can't change. So judging people based on that is bad. Now, I'm not saying like hate fat people or anything like that. I'm not saying be rude to them or anything. I don't think that's, you know, I don't think that's nice. I don't think you should do that, right? But it just like having a product to like, does she think that low calorie foods are oppressive? Does she think that it's just weird because it's just a product on the market that you could choose to take or not take? I don't know. It's just throwing me right now.
And again, not to devalue any of these things. I consider them all very important. If tomorrow they released a drug that said, okay, we cured blackness.
I feel something coming on. So I just had to get ready.
That said, okay, we cured blackness. If you just take this pill, you can be white. And then the problem will be fixed. The blackness wasn't the problem. The problem was the system.
I'm sorry, I just had to utilize my scream pillow really quick. What the fuck are you talking about? Okay.
That ever made anyone think they needed to be anything other than what they are. It's radical acceptance versus stringent rules. And the only way that you get to live a good life of comfort and privilege is if you submit to us and you change.
I don't understand. Dude, if you have $1 billion and you're fat, you're going to live in luxury, okay? What are you talking about? You can make people submit to you at that point if you felt so inclined. You have $1 billion, right? Like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? It sounds like you want to be accepted by people that, or want to be treated in a certain way by people that just, or valued or whatever, or something, that either don't look at you like that, or you kind of want to be oppressed or something. I don't know. It's just so odd. It's just so odd to me. It's just like, okay, if that's how you are, you just don't care and you're so happy to be yourself. It's like, cool. Look, people have always called me skinny. They're like, oh my gosh, you're so skinny, you need to eat. You're so skinny, you need to eat. Blah, 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 blah. And it's like, okay, whatever. It's funny that people feel like they could comment on me and stuff, but it's like, okay, whatever, dude. But you're like mad that, people comment on you. I mean, it's like, yeah, it can be rude and stuff, but nobody's trying to like kill you. I don't understand your reasoning here. Anyway, it's just absolutely mind-boggling. This is mind-boggling. And then just try to connect it to race and racism is just, I mean, there's like this thin thread of I get it. I get like maybe something if I'm being like really ultra like charitable, but no, lady, what are you talking about? And then it's like, well, if they had a pill to turn you white, most people would take the pill, or they'd tell you to take the pill. Like, what are you talking about? I mean, look, I've thrown out some hypotheses. Some of them may be shitty. Sometimes my hey, you know what? To be fair, I've been called out because sometimes my analogies really suck on the spot. Sometimes they're decent though, okay? But anyway, so I don't want to be, but then again, did she record this or was she live? Because if you record something, I mean, it's like, you watch it back and you're like, okay, that sounds a little stupid, right? That sounds a little stupid. You've got a little bit more wiggle room with a video because you could kind of edit it and spruce it up. You can even run it by people, but when you're just live, you're just kind of going, right? So I don't know. Anyway, this is wow, this isn't fascinating.
Privilege is if you submit to us and you change.
Snap, fuck you.
The genetics you were given aren't good enough. It's all the same thing. I don't like to get like preachy on the internet, or like I try not to have this like smug affect that so many influencers do. And so I hope this doesn't come off that way, but I just want people to understand like that.
Fuck me for being skinny. All right, listen. I'm stronger than I look, okay, guys? Listen. My muscles are just wound tight, okay? I've done a lot of moving jobs for people, and they're always like, are you sure? Are you sure? Do you got that? And then they're always so impressed. I try to take it as a compliment, but they're always so impressed when I'm like, I lift the piano or I lift like a heavy thing, and I'm like, yeah, I got it. And I'm like, oh, wow. And I'm like, bro, why are you acting impressed? You're paying me to move your stuff. Like, what the hell? Anyway, I'm going to take it as a compliment.
The intersectionality of this is all one big problem with the same roots and problems. And the system of oppression, the interwoven systems of oppression.
I really don't understand how fat people are oppressed. I just don't get it. I just don't get it. She's talking about this interwoven, intersectional thing, and I'm like, what?
They want us to believe that they're different things. We can't build a coalition to do something about it. And it feels like now is an important time to get straight on that.
Now they're screeching censorship because TikTok yeeted.
Listen, all right, guys, I come to Earth a lot, okay, Julian? So we could work it out. I just ask that you empty the refrigerator. A cold beverage, while not required, would be nice if you could, supply that. Yeah, and we'll work out the details. All right. But this is Melody King. I've already kind of ranted on it. I suggest we'll listen to her a little bit because obviously she just sourced this from whoever posted it, right? So give her credit here.
Newsflash: free speech doesn't mean you're immune to consequences.
Oh shit! Hold on, guys. I need to utilize this more. I keep saying I'm gonna utilize it more, and I'm gonna actually put some better things on it.
Censorship because
all right, here we go.
TikTok yeeted their drivel. Newsflash: free speech doesn't mean you're immune to consequences. Geniuses,
okay, it's not the right sound. It's just not aggressive enough, right? That doesn't work. Okay, yeah. Okay, that's a little bit more aggressive. Hold up. Hey. Yeah, okay. So you guys got the idea for what I was going for. We're gonna get that worked out.
A clue. And then there's the brainiac arguing with cops that asphalt isn't a sidewalk. That is until they pull the I'm transgender card, as if that's a get out of jail free pass. Spoiler alert, laws don't bend for your identity tantrum. And then there's the absolute pinnacle of idiocy. Claiming Ozempic is genocide. Yes, a weight loss drug is now the Holocaust of plus size people.
Yo, that's a wild statement.
They've gotten this unhinged. Okay, fat phobia equals racism, equals capitalism, equals white supremacy.
Like
These
what?
people could stub their toe and then cry systemic oppression. It's an absolute clown show. And I think their only move left is just to play the victim even louder. But you've got to hold on to your hats because their attack on Charlie Kirk's funeral is
I don't wear hats, but you know, whatever.
derangement.
Oh, so we're gonna protest the Charlie Kirk funeral.
Anyway, Melanie King, check them out. I'll probably check out some more of their videos myself. I haven't checked out too much of their stuff, but there you go. Boom. That was her commentary there. Pretty solid stuff. I have to say, I think I agree with a lot of it in a general sense. I'm also like half looking at chat, so it'd be funny if she said something like absolutely wild that I missed. But no. Overall, I think that was a solid video. Where is my... Go back to that, some of that piano stuff. Was this the piano stuff? Oof. Snap, there's some weird synchronicity going on here. Somebody mentioned redheads to me earlier today. Redheads don't come up very often. It's just 2 times now today. Something's amiss. I'm gonna be seen as Republican. Man, I'm gonna be accused of just everything at some point. I already know, and I'm coming to accept that, right? I don't like being misconstrued, but I understand it's gonna happen, so. Some people are gonna say I'm Republican. Some people are gonna say I'm, you know, Democrat or whatever. It is what it is. I will be careful though. I'll be careful to be myself, not be a grifter, and say things for validation. Anyway. Fake neutral. Yeah, I'm a fence sitter. Everybody, man, right? I swear. I get accused of everything. I'm like, man, I feel like I'm pretty fair. And the people are like, huh, fucking fence sitter. What the hell? This is copyright free. Happy birthday, y'all.
It's your birthday. Happy birthday.
Okay, well, that was different. I really need guys, I'm gonna figure out the playlists, all right? But happy birthday, y'all. Happy birthday. Do we have creators in the chat? Do we have musicians in the chat? YouTubers, streamers, anybody that does, I don't know, art and whatnot, or content. We have some metalheads in the black hole that have bands and stuff. We listen to their music on stream, and one of them is actually, they just dropped an EP and they're gonna be dropping music video. When they do that, we're gonna be checking that out. But I always love to shout out people's channels, shout out people's stuff, and just see what you guys are into. Ooh, Christopher. Where's Christopher? The 27th. Hold up. Christopher.
It's your birthday. Happy birthday.
All right, this is for Christopher.
It's your birthday. Happy birthday. It's a great day.
Christopher, happy belated.
Happy birthday.
I'm loving this.
To you.
That was a black hole happy birthday radio broadcast. I appreciate y'all for being here. I appreciate you for Christopher. You've made it around the earth, if that's where you are situated, another time. Beautiful thing. Daniel, you say that you scream into the mic of equality. Oh my gosh, I need to hear some of your lyrics. You bang the drums of anti-fascism. You play the guitar of truth. Okay, something's telling me you're... Are you being serious? This played right after, and somehow this is fitting. I'll turn it down for you guys, but I am vibing for some reason. Oh man. I'm gonna vibe for a second. Yo, Christopher, did you send me... You sent me something on Discord. Oh, here. Bam, there you go, guys. The Discord, check it out, hang out. Oh, where'd you... I definitely pulled that up. I think, yeah, right? Okay, I know I pulled it up somewhere. Scientists finally discover how black holes actually work. Hold up. I just realized something. It's not on the screen. Bam. Now it's on the screen. Okay. It's fascinating. I didn't know we had the technology to observe it so closely. This might be the first time in history we've actually seen an object pass the event horizon. I really appreciate that, Christopher. You really keep me plugged in to the most, I mean, really cutting edge, frontier information. It's really the best. I appreciate you. That was beautiful. Powerful stuff. Yo, Kami, I doubt it you're lurking, right? If you're here, let me know. You were asking me to do some ACP stuff, which, you know, when you're here, I'll jump into. But I'll save that, I suppose. I think he's asleep. He wanted me to cover the American Communist Party, and obviously because he's a communist. And yeah, I haven't dived into it at all, so I was like, yeah, you know, next time you're on, we'll dive into it. You could chit chat, and you know, I could ask you questions and debate you about communism or what have you. I mean, I didn't say all that, but you know how it is. You know how I am. So, or you don't. Either way, it doesn't matter. Pristine biscuit. You know, forgiveness is hard, but I feel like everybody's gonna come around to your apology and your redheadedness and be more accepting eventually. It might take some time though. I mean, I appreciate it. I guess. I mean, I've heard that redheads don't have souls. Now, I've never investigated the claim myself, but the redheaded stepchild of the channel. Oh, fucking brilliant. Slybuster, you do have some bangers, I must admit. I feel like you're a new face, but definitely dropping bangers all night here, actually. Fuck. I do not want to hear that shit. And I'm taking a 2-second break from this politics shit because it's just gonna get so. I'm trying not to get too smooth-brained. I do feel like engaging too much might smoothen it. Smoothen. Anyway. Oh wait, that's happy. I don't want happy. I don't want sad, but I don't necessarily want happy. You know what I mean? Oh, you're done, Garrett? What the hell? I'll see you again in freaking 3 months. But hey, I hope you have a good day, good night. Appreciate you for stopping by. Eventually, I'm sure you'll clash with your buddy Dirty Money. You guys will cross paths and chat. It's always funny having y'all in here. Or Kami. I don't even... Oh no, because you guys are on the same side, right? Sort of. Okay, see. This is just my blood. It's starting to make my blood move too fast. This is what I'm looking for, but I'm gonna get claimed for that, I bet. I'm actually gonna get claimed for half of this, probably. I just want to entertain this for a second. Yeah, I think we need to get the lights hooked up to the music. We're gonna get that figured out. I'm gonna give that a like. If I ever feel like shuffling on stream, we're gonna play that. That's too much. Let's try some melodic progressive trance. Alright, this is nice. I can do this. I think. Sorry about that. Am I crazy? to use the screen pillow one time today. I think it's gonna be something I'm employing now. Try to keep my wits, not go insane. Release some of the energy, catharsis, or whatever they call it. If you guys haven't already, I hate to say it, but hit the like button, subscribe, all the good stuff. I do hate to say it. Oh, XX, what's going on? Wait, whoa, what's going on? Why am I calling another group Nazi? Trying to end people who are Nazi, person's laws. Yeah, Daniel can be extra at times. If he was calling for, because I was trying to keep an eye out, because he did come in kind of hot, I'm not gonna lie. But, I'm looking through. Uh-oh. Because I will have to, moderate. The moderator. It can be fun sometimes. Sometimes it could get like, come on guys. He hasn't been here in a minute, so maybe he hasn't gotten the memo. Probably got to purge the list at some point. But he's good people. So I like to think. I like to think Daniel, you know, he just comes in here. You gotta blow off steam sometimes. We gotta be reasonable. We cannot promote violence, guys. Alright, let me see here. I'm pretty sure Daniel Garrett is he one of my biggest haters? I think so. We got a couple haters as mods. Can't recall. I'm looking through all the messages, just making sure. This is on. Nah, man, Nazis must die. Nazis have no place in America. But then if he called somebody a Nazi, then it all connects together, and it sounds like you're calling for people to die, and that's not good. So we're gonna have to have a talk with Daniel Garrett next time he drops by. Daniel, if you're still here. There's been an update. Well, actually, it's actually not an update. There's always been a no call to violence in the chat, actually. Maybe I'm just being more stringent now that, you know, people have started celebrating people's deaths and dog whistling for more. My apologies. I'm so sorry that people decided to act like that. Shit, you got Twitch, CEO of Twitch, Reddit, Steam, and Discord, if I'm not mistaken, on October 8th, testifying to Congress to talk about radicalization on public forums. So get ready to see some new rules on the internet. That's what I'm kind of expecting. So, I don't know. We'll see, though. Wait, what is he? What's going on? There shouldn't need to be context for Charlie Kirk to make fun of dead people. It's a poor joke to make any time. A bad joke, man. The context is still bad. Yes. Okay, what, are you guys talking about a clip or something? But which clip? Let me see. Let me see if I can find that. If he does it, I'll disagree with doing it. I think. We'll see. Charlie Kirk, what is it? What did you say? Wait, are you in the Discord? Did you post? Oh my gosh, I'm hacking the system, guys. Sorry, accidentally. Oh, dude. There we go, the internet. Not the internet, but my internet. Anyway. Do you have a clip? Are you in the Discord or? Okay, why? Oh, there it is. Okay. Sorry, I just love this song. I mean, classic, right? Okay, I got... Oh, there it is. Sorry. I'm about to rage quit. Okay, sorry. Whew. Oh my gosh. I was taken by the music, guys. By the vibe. But, fortunately, it's probably copyright type shit. Requiem. It just makes my hair stand up, you know? There's something about classical music where you could, like, close your eyes and it's like a story is being told through all the different frequencies, all the notes and the interplay of the keys and the distances between notes. Right? It's almost as though music is not the note itself, but the distance between notes. Anyway, blah, blah, blah. Who cares? Do, 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 do. GIK, you crack me up, bro. You always stop by just like bigging up Nick or Fuentes. Yeah, Nick Fuentes. You are relentless with that. Are you being paid by Nick Fuentes? Listen, well, you can be my Nick Fuentes guy, I guess. You could just let me know when there's new developments with him. You know, things that are important that are going on in the Groiper community, I guess. Right? I saw you earlier too. I just, you know, I've been trying to be a little bit more on top of getting through subjects, conveying ideas in a somewhat digestible manner. Appreciate that, GIK. Guys, we're assembling a team. Remember, if you get too close, you will be sucked into the black hole. I need to work on my aesthetic for sure, without a doubt. I know. If you guys saw the notes I take, like, oh, this is a good idea, that's a good idea. For example, let me turn down this music because it's beautiful, but it makes it hard for me to think a little bit. You know, in garages, a compressor hose, how it might, or a extension cord, it might hang from the ceiling on a pulley that it rolls into, and you could pull it down and extend it and stuff. I really want to put this microphone on the ceiling with a contraption like that. I think it would be fire. That, or I'm going to get a more sophisticated arm for it to be able to. But I think hanging it from the ceiling, sort of like a boxing ring announcer type of deal. Is that, you know, good imagery? Yeah, that is something I would like to do. Anyway, so yeah, lots of little ideas, but we're gonna, well, guys and girl, guys and redheaded stepchild, we're gonna get there. Like a lighter leash. Yes, yes. I just don't want to like accidentally pull it and it go flying up because I don't want to break this microphone. Yes, yes. I've been trying to get the audio levels. I need to, there's a lot more work I need to do, guys. But yes, I do. For the longest, I was just turning the gain up and having it far away, but I feel like this is much better. Oh, John, is he heating it up in here? Hey, what's going on? Wait, Slidebuster, are you across the pond? Are you another one across the pond? Or is that not the flag I'm thinking it is? I think it is, right? Are you gonna be arrested for posting that? What are we talking about here? What's John saying? Oh, send it to any stream chat. Stream chat. I think it's called stream chat. Right? Let's go. Oh shit. Okay, my bad. I'm an idiot. Why did I think... Okay. Wait, no, it is the English flag. Wait, what? What am I reading? Wait, okay. Wait, it's been blacklisted for a while? Really? It's crazy to think that people in the UK could be watching, we could be hanging out chit-chatting here, and you guys could want to say something and not be allowed to say it because you're afraid that you're going to get a knock at your door. That just is, I mean, obviously there's things I could say right now that would get me a knock on the door, but, you know, I'm not, you know, retarded. And obviously some things, you know, they should knock on your door for, right? But the fact that you can't really, you're more locked down and have less, you know, freedoms of expression, you know, without fear of the government stepping in is kind of, it's just freaky. That's scary to me. Especially when it's, you know, it could be levied so arbitrarily. Anyway. I know, I said the R word. Guys, I'm retarded, so I'm allowed to use it. Whoa, I just won. And they'll be like, prove it. And I'll be like, bro, I identify. So guys, it works out. See, this is what the beautiful thing about being in between places is. You can pick and choose. And it's nice. I don't have to have all the baggage of the right wing or the left wing. Original thought. Well, I have some of those. But, you know, I can't reinvent the wheel every 2 seconds. Some people have good thoughts too. Hopefully my thoughts will improve. But okay, did I just get a message? Are we getting the clip? Yay! Oh god. What is this? Wait, is this Instagram? Let me see. Is it gonna make me sign in? My private Instagram. Oh no, okay, I think it works. Okay, give me a second. Oh, I like this song though. I'm kind of oh no, damn it. Fuck. Well, you know, guys, sorry, it's really not that deep. I don't think it's that deep. That's what I'm gonna do. Oh, what's my screen right now? Oh, we're just chilling in the black hole. Okay. For shits and giggles here. Boom. What we're just listening to. If you like it, you know, Frequency on YouTube, go check them out. All right. Boom, bam, bada bing bang, pow. I really like it. Please don't claim me. Anyway, the thing you sent me. Let's not let ourselves get distracted here. I think pull it over. Yeah. There we go. Beautiful. Okay, so what are the chances they'll play this joke about carpet bombing Gaza at his memorial? All right, let us hear it. Oh, can I restart it? Or...
I like that.
Okay, I'm gonna refresh. Hold up.
That, hey, if you as a gay person would go to Gaza, they'd throw you off of tall buildings, right? Now they don't have any tall buildings left, so I don't...
When you mess with the bull, you get the horns.
Is that too soon? I'm sorry. Maybe you shouldn't kill Jews, stupid Muslims.
Yeah, that's pretty aggressive. To say Muslim, it's like, dude, there's like a billion of them. I don't think they're all necessarily about killing Jews, right? I mean, there's probably some, right? I mean, honestly, Jew hatred seems to be really popular right now, and it seems to come from the left, the right, and different theologies and stuff. So, but his overall joke, I mean, I get the premise and setup and everything. I mean, yeah, it's pretty dark humor, I have to say.
I like that. I like that.
Where was I? So, yeah.
Which is interesting because I thought, so was he not calling out Israel, or how long ago was this? Was he never calling out Israel for their, like what they're doing in Gaza and stuff? Because yeah, I mean, making jokes about carpet bombing a place. Let me get it in context one more time.
So, it's funny. I used to say that, hey, if you as a gay person would go to Gaza, they'd throw you off of tall buildings, right?
But
now they
okay,
don't
I'm sorry, but this is juxtaposed. So I don't know. There's like, it's a little deeper, isn't it? Like, I'm not trying to be. Like, if we're being charitable here, guys, come on. He's saying that, okay, if you were gay or LGBT or whatever, and you went over here, they'd throw you off of a building because they don't agree with you and they don't respect you and they don't think that you deserve those rights and all that stuff, right? Blah 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 blah. You're sinful or what have you. And they throw you off of a tall building. Well, now there's no tall building for them to throw you off of. I mean, as an idea, it's like, as a joke, he's kind of putting these two extremes next to each other and kind of pointing out, sort of a hypocrisy there, because a lot of people will say, oh, there's a lot of like LGBT people for Palestine or for these people or for maybe even Hamas, that it's ironic because the culture might not necessarily look at the LGBTQ in such a favorable light. So, I don't know if this is like,
tall buildings left, so I don't.
When you mess with the bull, you get the horns.
I mean, he's basically saying it's like, well, you guys were throwing gay people off buildings and now you don't have buildings to throw people off of. Wouldn't you, obviously it's like, oh my gosh, if it's civilians and stuff, yeah, that's bad. But just like, if you took a step back real quick. Now, I don't know all of his deep beliefs or what have you with Palestine and everything, but if you take a step back and it was like, hey, this country is, or this place, this region or whatever, is oppressing LGBTQ people and taking their lives or, enslaving them or whatever. And then you tried to topple the regime, and then people made jokes about toppling a regime that was, maybe systematically killing a group of people. Yeah, I mean, now if he was saying, oh my gosh, it's so funny when they carpet bomb and they kill innocent people, I'd be like, okay, well, that's fucked up. And I'd be like, we got a problem here. Why are you okay with this group of people being killed? Right. But if Hamas is, if he's talking about Hamas, right, which is my assumption, maybe he's not, maybe he's talking about all the people, but if he's talking about Hamas, and Hamas is a terrorist organization, or the people are not liberal in the sense that, you know, they don't want gay people to have human rights, just for, you know, example. Or maybe in some cases women have lesser rights or what have you, right? And then they use violence and oppression to sort of keep that in place. I mean, wanting to topple that, I feel like it's kind of splitting hairs here. Gaza is dusted and he's hating them and gays altogether. I don't think he's okay. We just watched that clip earlier. Damn it. But welcome, Ethos. Good to see you. Hope you're having a good day /night/ whatever. But we just watched this clip earlier. I might play it back, but fantastic clip. I think goes to show. I mean, I don't want to say prove, but I think it's good evidence that Charlie Kirk wasn't homophobic, or at least he didn't espouse those beliefs, right? Of course, you could say, well, he was just doing that for his image or blah, blah, blah. But I mean, again, I'm not trying to play like, oh my gosh, his defender or what have you, but I'm just not really seeing what other people are seeing, though I could understand how they could interpret, you know, some things, right? So, and some things are abrasive. Like, I mean, it is. That is kind of abrasive. So, but I mean, of course, celebrating violence, though, isn't great. Though I do think, I mean, if they were actually throwing gay people off buildings, I don't know. Yeah, I really need to educate myself here, guys, because I'm not really sure what the solution is. And I don't really feel so bad about that, because it doesn't seem like it's a new issue necessarily. It seems like a lot of people have thought about it and thrown their hat in the ring, and there's a lot of different parties at play. So it doesn't seem like a lot of people know what to do with it. I would prefer peace. I'd prefer everybody to get along, less death, no terrorism, people all having rights, equal rights with each other, right? That would be ideal. You said I think it shows acceptance of LGBTQ more so. They may hate us, but we still recognize what's going on is evil. No, sure, and I think there's something to that. There could be a positive to that, of course, because I mean it could show a principled position, right? I mean, I understand that. Yeah, it depends whose side you're on with who a terrorist is, of course, right? If the government was tyrannical, they were doing some fuck shit, and then we tried to fight back, they would label us terrorists. That's like obviously what happens. I understand that, so that's why I need to educate myself more, because people want to say Hamas is freedom fighters. I heard there was a bunch of grapes that happened and prisoners taken and hostages and shit. Like, look, you know, graping people because of political ideology, I'm sorry. I'm trying to think of like what's appropriate for YouTube that I could say here. That's unacceptable. We'll just put it that way. Okay. I can't think of any practical reason to do that other than sick desires or what have you, and taking advantage of a chaotic situation. So if that happened, which I've heard accounts of that happening, what the fuck? And you could say, oh, well, there's crazy people, you know, in every group, and, you know, bad people in every group and stuff. Yeah, sure. But, you know, you got to denounce that stuff. And, yeah. Because, again, fighting against an oppressor is one thing. Graping people, I'm not sure how that helps you fight against your oppressor. So, But either way, I mean, it's a very niche look at it. Obviously, that's just like one tiny little thing. I don't want to say tiny, but you know, one aspect, we'll say, or something to consider. But yeah, I do draw the line at, again, you know, throwing gay people off buildings and stuff, you know, killing people that have differing views. I don't think that that's okay. If you're into that and you commit terrorist acts, you know, violence and stuff, and, you know, then yeah, I mean, I'm sorry, I have to draw the line somewhere, and your beliefs are not really compatible with mine. You know what I mean? At least you need to stay over there. You need to stay away from me. I mean, yeah, I have to draw the line at killing people. I'm sorry. Sorry, guys. Sorry, guys. I know I'm a radical. I'm insane. I'm fucking insane. If people are, you know, killing people based on their sexuality and whatnot, I think they should not be, you know, a part of the society. They could have their own thing, I suppose, I guess. I mean, shit. Over there, I guess, you know, we won't fuck with you, but you can't bring that into, like, our society, right? Because it's like we don't believe in that. So now, I met Muslim people. I worked for one Muslim man, and his family man, you know, what have you. And he had a gay baker. And oh my gosh, it was just such a funny experience. It was like a coffee shop / bakery gelato place. And it was some funny times. But anyway, that's just to say that I've been around Muslim people that seem to be able to engage with gay people in like a normal way and get along, right? So and the Muslim man employed this gay man, you know what I'm saying, to, you know, be a baker. So yeah, I think it's possible. But if you have some sort of radical views, and this doesn't matter if you're Muslim, if you're Christian, if you're, you know, Jewish, if you're, you know, whatever, insert thing, if it's super radical to where you're over here justifying, you know, executing people based on your theology, sorry, bro, you're losing me. You're losing me. We could entertain philosophical ideas, but if I have to stake my, you know, my flag in the ground or whatever, you're my enemy. So at least until, you know, we reach my threshold, right? And then I'll, you know, stand shoulder to shoulder, right? But you guys are arguing about the Israel stuff. Oh, is that right? Damn. Yeah, if your message doesn't appear up here on the screen, you guys should be able to see it now. YouTube might be blocking it. Sometimes it still comes through for me, but that's just a good kind of way to see if your message is actually coming through, because that means it at least comes through on my screen and then onto your screen. But the weird thing is, I feel like sometimes it won't show up in there, but it'll still show up on my feed. So I do have different feeds, I guess, in a way, but that's just interesting. It is useful that it blocks some things, because people will, you know, type just, I mean, retarded stuff, like kind of, you know, like the N-word and stuff. And I'm like, bro, come on, like, chill. Like, Call of Duty lobby or something, man. Or I don't know. I mean, I guess they kind of moderate that nowadays, but I mean, there's places for that, I think. Maybe all those places are gone. Twitter, right? X. You know, I see a lot of craziness on X. So really, they're blocking that word. It sucks, because it's like, if I say some things, I don't know, my view count and my views, and it's just, I've noticed the way that saying certain things or putting certain things in titles can really affect your viewership. But I think it might affect if people get a notification when I go live, depending what I put in my titles. Like, there was a point where Epstein, I do feel like was kind of suppressed. There's a point that P. Diddy, I feel like, was really suppressed. I'm trying to think of like some other things that I just was like, huh, this is weird. But, yeah. Like, retarded. Yeah, I need a like counter. I can't be saying like too much. I hate when I do that. It's kind of annoying. We need to keep a counter if I keep saying like, right? In place of better words. We keep a counter. And at the end of stream, I take out my cat of nine tails and I lash myself that many times. That way the next time I say like a little bit less, right? It's probably a little bit too aggressive for YouTube. We're probably going to have to find a different place for that. For you sadistic fucks. But no, I'm just playing. I'm just playing. Obviously, don't do that, guys. That's horrible, right? We're not doing that here. Gosh, I have to be, you know, before I get reported. You guys are already reporting me. I already know. I'm getting banned. But, oh my lord, need some music. Where the hell did my music go? Oh, and then I clicked the X button and it... Where did my music go? Oh, no, it was that stuff. The stuff I'm probably going to claim for. Oh well. I do like this one. I think I like this one. Join me on Patreon. Astralarius featuring. Well, we can't even say what he's featuring. I'm just kidding, guys. Sounds good, Slybuster. Appreciate you for getting sucked in over here. You've been a good sport. You've been fun. We hope to see you reoccurring, you know? Stop by in here when the broadcast reaches you. Be safe. The world is crazy. It seems to be getting crazier. That or I'm getting crazier. Maybe we're all getting crazier. Maybe we're stuck in a group hallucination. Night, night. Good night, good night, good night. Good night and sweet dreams. Don't let the sleep paralysis monster get you. Got a penguin here. I also have 3 books. I have a lot of books, but I need to read some of them. I need to educate myself, learn some things, expand my vocabulary, be able to connect with more people, understand ideas. I've been gifted books and accumulated books over time. I was thinking, I don't know if I could read books on stream. That seems to be... Maybe I can make it transformative, right? But what I was thinking is I read a chapter, you know, an excerpt or whatever. And then, you know, give a synopsis on it or my thoughts and, you know, do discussions and whatnot. There's an idea I was having earlier. Anyway, I think I'm going to chew into Capital One or Capital Volume 1, Karl Marx. Get into some communism, just learn the ideas. I'm no communist, but it'd be nice to learn more. You know, the classics, you know. Plato, Republic, the Republic, and the Metaphysical Club. Basically, talking about 19th century American philosophers that helped to shape thoughts today. So I might dive into those on stream at some point as I read through them and stuff. Plus, reading on stream was probably kind of dry. I like to attempt Not to bore you to death. Maybe I'll make a little Discord room server, whatever you call it, for book suggestions or something. I have to say I don't read too much nonfiction, but hey, we're trying to get there, right? So I thought that was a pretty nice split. I've actually never read the whole Bible, right? I was thinking about cracking that open too, you know, and getting that down and starting to work my way through the popular holy texts of humanity. Try to gain a broader understanding there. Because I must say I'm not well read. Julian, good luck. You getting out of here? If you're out of here, I appreciate you. Appreciate the support. Appreciate everything. Be safe. It's crazy. But it's not all crazy. I mean, some things are nice. I think this is nice. I enjoy this. RPG books. So my vocabulary may be broad. My general intelligence is low. Well, both my vocabulary and general intelligence is lacking, I feel. So you've got me beat. We're winding down. I mean, I probably do need to get some sleep. What time is it? It's not too bad. There's no time out here. I was thinking about getting on Fallout, kind of chilling out at the end here. There's more we could get into, but well, let's be honest, it's never ending, right? China's Mao. It's the craziest modern genocide history. It was only the 4th worst. After 1 Mao, 2 Stalin, 3. Does that have to do with the Great Wall of China, or is that like a completely different time? Because I heard that's like the largest graveyard. But yeah, there's been definitely other, you know, horrible genocides, and you know, we've been killing each other for a long time, right? So no, we're definitely got to look into everything. I mean, that's the thing, right? People being starved, economy collapse, dictator countries or dictatorial communist countries that may have mismanaged, war, genocide. How do they look into that? $1 to 2 million. Uh-oh. Looks like there's some debate in the chat. I'm gonna have to brush up on it personally. Oh Jesus. 60 million. Alright, I need to get something to drink. I'm vibing with this, so I'm gonna let this play one more time. Guys, of course, like and subscribe, all that good stuff. I gotta show at least one time. Memberships are $0 a month, guys. $0 a month. It's insanity. I know. 99 cents. I mean, crazy. $0, right? 99 cents. Check it out. Become a member. Get sucked in the black hole. Very good. We got it out the way, guys. But I should announce, supplies are unlimited. Okay, completely infinite. So get them while they last. All right, cool. I'm gonna refill my cup with some juice. Probably Coca-Cola. From the Coca-Cola berry. All right. I might be lying to you guys, and I might drive down the street and purchase a different beverage. But I did just purchase a 2-liter of Coca-Cola, so I think I will maybe splash some into my cup. All right, I'll be back. I like to see the black hole. Let me fix this. I need to be able to see through this and see that black hole back there. But I also like that image, so you know, we're gonna run it back because I like these images together so much. Boom. It's like space sakura trees. Sakura or cherry blossoms? I think I mean cherry blossoms. Are those the same things? I don't know. That's what this reminds me of. A cherry blossom tree hugging a black hole. All right, let me go get something to drink. say, I don't know if Coca-Cola has changed their recipe or something, but I used to only have to put 1 spoonful of sugar in my Coke. And lately I've been having to put 2 spoons of sugar in my Coke. And I don't know, it's just not hitting the same. I don't know if it's the same for y'all, but I don't know, it's just, everything just seems to be getting so watered down these days. Anyway, we're back. Ethos, could you fucking imagine if I actually did that? Are you out of your damn mind? There's already 39 grams of sugar in a serving. And my cup is like 6 servings. I'm just kidding. Oh, Lord. Of course I don't do that. That's absolute insanity. You know, there's somebody out there that does it, though. I imagine, right? Ugh. No, I put Coke in my sugar, though. No, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, that means sugar on cereal is classic. I know. Oh man, I remember that. I remember. Yeah, I guess I don't do it too much now. I don't really eat cereal too much now. I mean, sometimes I do. I just feel like cereal's expensive, man. I'm seeing like $5, $6 boxes. I'm like, are you out of your damn mind? I'm about to buy some potatoes, some rice. Pixie sticks, that's hilarious. Or crush the Smarties and do the same thing. I feel like I remember vaguely kids doing that in school or something when I was, you know, in school. Don't get old. Working on it. I'm working on it. I figured parking myself next to a black hole might give me a fighting chance. The cryogenics tube might extend my life a little longer too. Maybe the technology will come in while I'm still kicking to reverse this shit, or you know, just keep me youthful and whatnot. So we'll see. Something tells me, guys. Well, no, let's be positive. Let's be positive. I'm missing Cinnamon Toast Crunch right now. I mean, that's a solid one. Honeycombs are solid. Kix is actually pretty good. I mean, there's so many strong contenders, really. However, I'm done mentioning them until they hit me up and they're like, "Hey, would you like to sponsor us?" And I'm like, "Send me a box. Let me taste the recipe, you know, because I gotta like it. All right." To support it. Anyway, I'm just fucking around. What's going on, Jake? Kind of crunch. Fruity Pebbles. What chemicals were they using to make these damn cereals so good? Buy Mountain Dew and hoard it. Once they change the blend, the old recipe will make some money on eBay. Really? Are they changing the blend? Is that like some new stuff, or is that just something they do? I feel like Mountain Dew. Like, if I'm drinking a bottle of Mountain Dew, by the time I get, or maybe even a cup, maybe, but halfway through it, it tastes like lemonade to me. Is that what Mountain Dew is? Like lemonade with a ton of sugar? Carbonated lemonade with dye number 5. Oh, beautiful. Honestly, tastes great. So it tastes like lemonade, which I like lemonade, but it's just feels like fake, like synthetic lemonade. An uncanny imposter. Code Red, oh man, I haven't had Code Red in a very, very long time. Probably a decade. Probably. Hey, nice. I mean, natural sugar cane. I mean, when I can, when I care, when I'm thinking about it, and they're available, the glass bottles of Coke that generally have the sugar cane sugar in them, I get those. It's supposed to be better for you than. Wait, are they banning high fructose corn syrup, or something else? You know, I didn't realize playing on somebody's channel now, so might get claimed for this one. But they only have 4 subscribers, and I'm really vibing with this music. It's perfect to like chit chat over and stuff. So I'm gonna show their channel. I'm gonna give them a little subscribe here. Let me like boost the because they only got 4 subscribers. Now they got 5. I think, you know, especially if they make the music, I'd say yeah, you definitely deserve more subscribers. But yeah, boom. So go check them out. Sabai Sounds. That's who we were just listening to. Possibly. I mean, check their descriptions and their videos and all that good stuff. But anyway, I was just noticed that because, well, yeah, I just noticed it. Whew. Listen, high fructose corn syrup, if you add it to your ice cream, I'm not gonna tell you to try it. Let me just go ahead before I forget and say that was also a joke, or at least I haven't done that. Splenda, really? I've stayed away from it. I don't know if I've just been poisoned with the idea that it's bad for you. I mean, a little bit of sugar, a lot of times, a little bit of cream, and I'm solid. I mean, I could drink a straight black coffee, right? I prefer a little bit of cream, you know, dash of sugar, maybe just some caramel, if possible. I mean, if we're getting into espresso drinks, I mean, it could be just espresso, although I prefer a latte. And I prefer that caramel in there too. So you said the root beer is the bomb. Okay. I don't know. I was just, you know, the reason I thought about, you know, putting sugar in this. I mean, not actually putting sugar in it, but I was just like, when I poured it, I was looking at the Coke. You guys can't see it, right? But it looked thin. It looked as though I could see through the Coca-Cola easier, and it's not as dark as normal. And I got this from a 2-liter bottle, which reminds me of something that you're saying, as if the syrup is running low, right? When you're at the restaurant, and it's kind of just carbonated water, right? So I was like, oh my gosh, man, what is this? Again, you can't see it, but I feel like when I was younger, I remember when the Coca-Cola was dark. Anyway, that was back in my day, I guess. Times are changing. It's still banging. It just tastes thinner. I can't explain it. It's like diet water. You know, like diet water tastes different. Nah, I don't know. Forget it. Forget it. It's like taking a shower, but the water doesn't feel wet. I don't know. Wait, KO? Oh my god, corn syrup. Wait a second, now that I'm thinking about it, holy shit. I think I think I have good corn syrup. I think I actually have added that to stuff. I don't really fuck with other milks. You know, when I feel bamboozled, I feel led astray and gaslit because they call it milk. And the milk that I know comes out of a teat, okay? If they called it juice, nectar, essence, but I feel like I'm being lied to. And it just, right off the bat, it makes me suspicious, right? And some of you will say, well, what about coconut milk? They were grandfathered in, okay? We milked coconuts. You know what? Honestly, if we think too far into this, it's all going to fall apart. Fuck you. Listen, it's because they call it milk. It makes me uncomfortable. The taste of it, I'm burping, by the way. I apologize. The taste and consistency. I don't know what it is about milk. When I drink milk, I just feel good. I feel refreshed. Almond milk, I don't know what it is. I really think I feel lied to. I mean, that's really what I think. But the flavor, I mean, oat milk is all right, but it's a bit thin. The oat milk I've made a lot of oat milk. I worked at this place and I made a shit ton of it, and it's all right. But there's something about milk, something about the fat. Whole milk, half and half. Oh, you know what I mean? So, oat Milky Way. I don't know. Dehydrated water? No. I've only had hydrated water. Although, once I accidentally put one of those pills that you're supposed to drop in water and have it dissolve and then drink it. I once put that in my mouth and it started dissolving and it started like foaming everywhere. And it was, I don't want to say traumatic because that's a little bit dramatic, but it wasn't fantastic. So, Yeah, no, most of my water is that I've drank is hydrated. Although, I mean, I've had a dehydrated shower. Again, you ever take a shower and it's just the water just doesn't stick? You know what I mean? Just not hitting the same. I don't know how to explain it. It's just thinner, you know? I like my rain wet. I mean, I like rain in general, so dry rains are, you know, they're fine. But I like a wet rain. I don't know why we're talking about, you know, the qualities of water. But sticky water. I'm not saying I hate, oh my god, I love this one. I've listened to this way too many times. Anyway, I'm sorry. It's not the vibe I'm going for. It's too inspiring. Disnor? Like dinosaur? This might be promising. Water from a softener. Seems like you have lube in your armpits. Funny, but no joke. I'm gonna have to pay attention and maybe experiment with that. Is it, do you only feel the lube in your armpits, or, you know what, never mind. I'll figure this out on my own, guys. I'll figure this out on my own. I'm gonna do the research for the stream. I'm gonna come back to you with my results. Ew, what the fuck? Water that smells like eggs, what the fuck? Wow, your water experiences are much more extensive than mine. I feel like there was an opportunity for a water sports joke, but I missed it. Wait, demineralized water is so like desalinated water essentially, right? Distilled water. I'm gonna have to try that at some point. I'm gonna have to compare the feels because maybe that's what I'm talking about, right? I know you don't want to drink too much distilled water. If I'm not mistaken, it zaps your salts, and then you end up all, you know, desalted, right? You don't want to be desalted. You don't want to be assaulted, but you definitely don't want to be desalted. So, two peanuts were walking in a rough part of town. They turned and walked through an alley, and they were assaulted. Anyway, what did the omelet say at the party? Omelet. Okay, I'm sorry, guys. That was one I was told recently, and I thought it was decent. But you know, you don't want to be desalted. What the fuck? Gassy water tastes like styrofoam. It tastes like styrofoam. Well, now we have to taste some styrofoam. Or I could just go to Europe and drink the water, I guess. Or sorry, I have to find the gassy water. I feel like Sanji. If you guys don't get this, it's okay, but he wants to discover the all blue, where all of the oceans meet, and you could catch all these different fish and make all these different cuisines from all of the, you know, resources there. And I feel like that, but for water itself in this moment. If you don't get the reference, go watch One Piece. Anyway, I'd say watch the anime, but if you're not in anime, Netflix is doing a decent job, I would say, a pretty good job of a live action, live action version, right? No, stop. We need to travel far and wide, okay? It's more about the journey, guys. The people we meet along the way. The water, I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm excited about the water, but sometimes it's the friends that pulled you out of that water. Anyway. Or put you into it. I don't know. Trying to see how long I could talk about water. Holy shit. What did you do last night? I talked about water for about 2 hours. Christopher, I'm gonna want some to go down that rabbit hole with you because I'm kind of a nerd, or I want to be a nerd. I'm a very interested person, right? And I think some interesting water facts, well, interests me, right? So anyway, yes, I'm gonna pick your brain about that and whatever other nerdy things you are into. Sorry, I'm looking for something. How do I misplace these things? Oh, this is why I need an assistant. Okay. Ooh. Water is a glass. What? Only negative charge water touches the glass. Oh, water in a glass, my dumbass. Water in a glass. Only the negative charge water touches a glass. Okay, interesting. Is it because the glass is positively charged, I guess? Is that the idea? Water isn't wet until it touches a surface. Well, isn't that the qualia or something? Right? Like, what is wetness? Can water get wet, guys? Wait, damn it. Can water get wet, guys? So I just wanted to have a chance to use my damn soundboard. Anyway, that's the wettest sound I have on the board. So, in fact, one more time, just because it's like the wettest thing ever. Well, not the wettest thing ever, but it's wet enough, right? Anyway. Can water get wet? I think it's interesting that you could just do electrolysis. What is it, an anode and a cathode? Is that what it's called? And then, you know, the hydrogen and the oxygen splits, and then you can bring it back together and burn it, and you can use it as a fuel, and then it turns back into water or something like that. Obviously not the same amount, you know, energy and what is it, conservation of energy or whatever. Find that stuff interesting. I was listening to something where they were talking about how I think the electron and hydrogen is affected by the background radiation, or like the background quantum field or something. And I don't even know. It doesn't matter. I'm a layman, but it was something I was listening to and I was contemplating, and it's like, huh, maybe the answer is in hydrogen for some sort of device that would, you know, be perpetual energy or something if it were possible. Anyway, fringe stuff that I'm into. Solid, liquid, and gas. Are you talking about a triple point or something? It's when, right, an object or an element is at the correct pressure, temperature, pressure and temperature, right? Is that all it is? And it exists as all, well, it exists as in three states at the same time, more or less. I mean, there's also plasma, right? But isn't that just like free-flowing protons or something? If it didn't, lakes would freeze from the bottom up. And most likely in cold climates when it exists. Oh, expands when it freezes. Oh yeah, no, of course, yeah. It expands when it freezes, which causes it, yeah, no, to, you know, be more buoyant or whatever. Right? Sodium solid state batteries and hydrogen. Sodium makes the does it make it like more conductive? Right? Or am I way off here? Oh, there it is. Anyway. Fifth stage is Bose-Einstein condensate. What is that? Are you talking about a fifth state or something, or let me look at your other thing. Yeah, I'm not familiar with that. I'm gonna have to add that to my look into it. It's probably interesting. You guys are making me want to watch the Y-Files. XX, I think you've been here when I've watched the Y-Files, maybe? If not, I highly recommend this channel, y'all. The Y-Files on YouTube. Highly recommended by Astrolarius on Black Hole Radio. No affiliation, but they do great work. Pretty much, yes, increases. Okay, increases capacity, okay. Interesting, interesting. Oh man, what was I doing? Oh yeah. These sounds are very chill, very nice. In fact, oh yeah, they're already turned up perfectly, I think. Oh, I hear that, Ethos. You're saying the stuff on the top isn't being accounted for because it isn't pressing down? I'm trying to think, well, if you like stack up a bunch in a cup, would it eventually overflow? It does eventually if you like kept stacking it ridiculously, right? Well, no, because water expands, so I don't know, I'll have to think about that. My mind is on 3 different things here. My apologies. Exactly, we're all learning. I'm trying to. But I think we all have something to learn from each other, right? Which I think is neat. You know something I don't know. I mean, most of y'all should know something I don't know. I probably know something that, you guys don't know. And, yeah, if we could learn from each other. I don't know. It could be fun. Right? Right. Right. Sorry. Be my water, my friend. Michael Barrett, welcome. Be my water. My dihydrogen monoxide. Yeah, I don't know if I'm doing too much more crazy politics stuff. I feel like I may have tapped it out. And Fallout, it wasn't the greatest experience. I mean, I was having fun, don't get me wrong. But man, was I getting one-shotted the other day on Fallout. We started a campaign on Fallout 4. Survival mode. I've died like 4 or 5 times already. Barely gotten anywhere. It's quite tragic, really. Trying to think if I have the wherewithal to do that, but I'm already feeling hot. So I'm going to turn this fan on if I'm ever gonna make it through Fallout. That's for sure. I'm sweating just thinking about it. Supercritical fluids, high pressure matter between liquid and gas. Huh. Many things. I eventually want to get around to tinkering and messing with things. But I need to learn. I need to learn. Enjoy the cool vibes on Black Hole Radio. Appreciate y'all. It's slowing down. It's just a few of us now. But I enjoy these times. Anything juicy trending on X? I don't think I've been on that today, nor yesterday. Was I on it yesterday? My days run together. Again, it's kind of hard to tell time out here. Really need to utilize X more. Like actually make tweets. But I be lurking. X is cancer. It's interesting finding, just a lot of different places that people congregate, hearing the conversations that are being had, and being plugged into information. I feel like, although there's a lot of misinformation, so to speak, a lot of fake stuff, a lot of narratives and whatnot, and when things are breaking, that's happening a lot, so you got to be careful. Media literacy, all that. But X, in my experience, I mean, I need to look at other places too, but it seems like information hits X rather quickly. So, although we could argue about, the merits of social media and all this stuff, but I do think we have these public platforms now, essentially public platforms to express ourselves and reach, millions of people, right? Potentially. So if it's not censored, information is allowed to, organically spread, and it isn't too controlled by algorithms and stuff and, special interests. I think, I think it could just, it's a benefit, right? So, I Am Mother. That sounds very familiar. What's it about? But you still go. Exactly. I mean, there's a lot of craziness on X, don't get me wrong. I do think it's brain rot. I do think there are bots from all sorts of different parties, whether it's China, our government, or whoever. I hope that some accounts are bots, because if they're not, they've drank the Kool-Aid, and it's tragic. So, but then again, some people are just like screaming into the void. In some ways, I do that in a sense, sort of. I guess in a way. I just actually sometimes scream into a mic. Typing, it just... I can't get out the information fast enough, That makes sense. Well, it helps you work through ideas. Anyway, the movie was badass. It's one of those movies that make you think. I Am Mother. Okay, I'll literally look it up real quick, because, I swear. What the hell? Okay. I am Mother. Humanity is on the brink of extinction, but a robot raises a girl on a remote base to give humans a second chance. However, the arrival of another human leads to doubt for the girl and everything she believes in. Alright, I'll have to check this out. I mean, it sounds interesting. It sounds interesting. And it's a thinker. It's a horror, it's an action, it's science fiction, it's a thriller, it's a suspense, it's a drama, it's a psychological thriller. Alright, guys. I don't think I've seen this. Can I watch a trailer? I think I can watch a trailer, right? I feel like that's allowed. Hold up. All right, Netflix, y'all. Doesn't really need any introduction. Oh, I'm sorry. Hold up. Again, if for some reason you haven't seen One Piece, guys, Straw Hats. Oh my gosh, they got season 2 coming out. Freaking awesome. Okay, but that's not where we're. Ah, damn it. All right, give me a second. All right. Oh shit, let me get myself up. I forgot I was jumping on the screen, guys. My fault. Mini me over here. What the hell? Oh, get off the screen. What are you doing? All right. Guys, it's the future.
Why aren't there any more children, Mother?
There used to be.
Then why did you only make one?
Mothers need time to learn. This facility was designed to give humanity a second chance. One that began with you. Daughter. The path will not be easy. The world outside is lifeless. But I made you into the woman that you are so that we could do this together.
Mother?
How are you unaffected by the contagion outside?
Who put that in your head?
Wait, is that the chick from Resident Evil?
Contagion outside.
Am I crazy? I might be crazy.
In your head.
Did you know there were people out there?
I'm as surprised as you.
There's a droid here. Mother's not what you think. She's taken care of me my whole life.
You haven't seen what they've done.
Not Mother.
I told you it was dangerous outside. I hope you see that I'm different than her.
Okay, I kind of want to watch this, and I feel like if I watch more of the trailer, it's going to just give away too much. It's got my attention. I'm trying to think if I have Netflix. I think I have Netflix. Man, I could go on like 20 different rants off of this. Okay, we're gonna watch a little more. I'm sorry. No, I was just so interested. Man, I wish we could do like a movie night. I found a service I could use, right? And we could like kind of do a movie night, but it's a very select few movies, and I think you'd have to watch me on Twitch. So there's some like loopholes and just stuff to jump through or hoops to jump through. But if I could like do watch parties, that'd be really cool. Not sure how to do that.
That thing feels nothing for you. You don't belong here. I've discovered something troubling. Our guest has not been entirely truthful with us.
Appreciate you.
Daughter, I know you're frightened, but you have
Oh
no.
yeah, this is gonna be slick. I'm trying to think. Do I? I don't know. I feel like I have a Netflix, so we'll see. Okay, good stuff. I am mother. Sounds like a good thing. I don't want to say to fall asleep too, but I mean just to lay down. I could have a movie night tomorrow with somebody actually. But I might put that on today. Maybe after stream. Where is the thing I'm looking for? Ah, there we go. Oh. There's something else I was listening to. Wait, what? So confused. Oh, yeah. Guys, what's going on with this rapture situation? Did we miss the boat on that or something? I heard people were getting raptured. Yeah, you know, I mean, like, does that mean we didn't make the cut, or? I mean, these things happen though, right? Get them on the next run, right? Anyway, Netflix movies are okay, except their comedies mostly blow. I haven't watched too much, but I've seen some people's comedy, some people's stand up, and yeah, I don't know. Maybe I don't even think I'm picky. Like I watched some Kill Tony. That's been growing on me, and I like seeing all the different comedians and the amateurs come up and stuff. I do feel like there's just some comedians that seem very popular that I just don't find very funny, but maybe their humor is just, you know, not for me. I'm not maybe the target demographic, but, you know, they seem to, you know, sell a bunch of tickets and stuff, and, you know, a lot of people enjoy them, so more power to them. But there's a lot of different flavors to comedy, so. Bill Burr, I mean, I'm not gonna say I don't like Bill Burr. I used to be really into his comedy. I just haven't listened to him recently. I occasionally would catch clips of his from his podcast, but like hardly. I haven't really kept up too much with him, but I did enjoy his stuff a lot. I also liked F is for Family, although I feel like it has, like, you know, it's a little depressive, you know, to some extent, but I did appreciate Bill Burr's comedy. Just haven't heard any recent stuff. Oh, sick. Wait, what other video? Did I miss something? I am mother. Oh, like ending. Okay, like an explanation. I got you. Watch this after you watch the movie. Got you. His stand-up is okay. Oh, his movie sucked. Okay. Old Dad. Oh, man. His movie. So it's called Old Dad? Why does it look like that? the hell? Give me a sec. Weird. Let me fix this. Confused. Okay, that should work. That's all skinny and shit. Why is the bottom like that? Let me fix it. I feel like everything was perfect at some point. That's all right. I think it's all right.
I always wanted to be a dad. It just took 46 years for it to happen. Just rub some dirt on him.
You might want to put a little Neosporin on it. I think you get infected.
Oh, yeah? You a doctor? You just like one of those WebMD guys?
This is common knowledge. You want to keep the cut clean.
Well, listen, I'm trying to raise a little man here, not a fucking pussy. So why don't you just go on Twitter and go share this story where you're the hero?
Hold up. What's up, party?
Is that just too on the nose? Like, what is it? Like, you know, like, I get it. I feel like it should be funny, but it's too on the nose. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's too meta. It's what is it? Like, what is it? See, it's something about, I don't know what it is, if it's his delivery. All right, let's continue.
Hey, people! You happen to check that new joint from Lil Baby? Come on, pound it out.
It's okay, thanks.
What? He's fleek.
Oh.
Fleekity fleek. All right, you two lock it down. We gotta impress this dude.
Change happens faster than when you were young. This company is now a gender-neutral, carbon-neutral 21st century lifestyle brand.
I don't know what any of that means.
You know, I think it's not targeted to me, right?
You need to talk to someone about your anger.
You were late.
Couldn't find a spot.
We don't accept excuses.
Is there like a problem here, miss?
Well, if you'd actually read the school guidebook, I wouldn't have to tell you anything.
I read the guidebook. All right, you stumpy little...
Maybe it's a bit overplayed, the whole angry aspect and angle. Maybe that's what it is. I'm just, you know, spitballing. I'm just trying to figure out, you know, understand the feelings I'm having or not having, right?
Wow. You feel your generation is more evolved? Yeah, absolutely.
It's not going.
Hit the thing! Come on, let's go.
Why am I like not feeling this?
Oh, I got a flip phone. Kidding me?
Oh, I got it. Maybe I'm not cut out for this, but I'd do anything for my kid.
You have no idea how awesome I was at your age. Julio Iglesias came up to me in an airport, dead certain I was his son Enrique. The kind of vibe I was putting out, bro.
That's ridiculous.
I was ridiculous.
Is there
Exactly. I'm not the target audience, right?
a reason we always have two white men dominating the discussion in this room? That's not a white guy.
I'm confused.
No, this won't take me 60 seconds. Hold up.
Well, you know, maybe I'll watch it at some point, and it might be one of those things that grows on me, like in 20, 30 years. I watch it, I'm like, relatable, kind of a thing. Maybe, right? I'm sure there's probably some giggles in there somewhere. I think I just maybe I'm a little too old to find some of the humor funny, and I'm a little too young to find some of the humor funny. I'm in this weird in between, I think. Right? And I don't know, maybe it's just kind of following a certain shtick at times that I've also heard a bit. Nate Bargatze. And I always love when we're talk about comedy stuff. I always have to shout out, if you guys want some good content, the Elephant Graveyard. I always love shouting them out. I want to watch some more of their videos in my own time. I really like what they got going on over there. And if you're into like comedy and sort of, I guess, the comedy scene online and I guess in real life and everything, I would just check out the videos. I think you might find them enjoyable. They're works of art, I'd say. But you said Nate B. 14 minutes. Netflix is a joke. I should be fine, right? Probably. Generally, it'll just get cut from my live after I post. That's generally what happens. So some of this stuff, I think. Although I am promoting it, right? I mean, definitely go check out Bad Dads or Old Dads. Okay, I should probably get the name. Old Dads, right? Get check that out, guys. Give it a watch, give it a try. I think I'm going to, possibly at some point. So, yeah. But Nate B here, we're gonna listen to some of this. Oh wait, you said something specific though. You said hosted Emmys. The movie sucked. Is it better as a supporting actor or feature? Yeah, maybe, right? Alright. Now, I mean, SNL sometimes misses the mark for me, though I get the, humor.
I hear the British are sending another 5,000 troops.
How will we ever win this war?
By remembering what we fight for.
General Washington.
Sit, please. You need your strength for the fight ahead. We fight for a country of our own, a new nation, where we choose our own laws.
Here, here.
Said, sir. Choose our own leaders.
Yes, sir.
And choose our own systems of weights and measures.
Weights and measures, sir?
Yes. Yes, I dream of that one day. Our proud nation will measure weights in pounds, and that 2,000 pounds shall be called a ton.
And what will 1,000 pounds be called, sir?
Nothing.
Nothing. All right, you know what? I'll give him some credit there. I have no idea if I go watch this, so I'm gonna give him some credit. Guys, go watch SNL. Right? Let me do a promotional thing here.
I'm sorry, I met someone.
Obviously, SNL. Go check them out. I don't know why. I just have a feeling they're gonna be extra. I have a feeling. But yeah, the dry humor is good. I mean, I like dry humor times. Shane Gillis is mainstream now, but he's been favorite in past 2 years. Yeah, I really enjoyed Shane Gillis when I've heard some of his stuff. Look it up. Yeah, Washington Stream. Across the Delaware is also great. Part 2. Jimmy Carr. Let's check out Jimmy Carr. Beautiful Dogs. It was an amazing stand-up. We sent more. That's see what? That's the same millions. Holy shit, Jimmy Carr. Whoa. That's funny. Wow. I mean, you know, comedy is subversion of expectations, or at least that's a part of it, right? Oh, Jimmy Carr. Okay, I'm sorry. Yes. No, I've seen him. Fantastic. Fantastic. In fact, let me subscribe. No, yes, I really appreciate his comedy. He's witty and quick, and I like that. I too would like to be witty and quick. I didn't realize that was his name. Well, thank you. I'm now subscribed to his channel. Let me pull up. I'll just pull him up. I don't know if I'm gonna listen to his stuff, you know. His channel is live right now, actually, if I'm not mistaken. Right here. So if you guys want to check him out, he's live.
Weird. Do you know Eric Weinstein? The physicist. He's got a really interesting take on it. But it's not really it's a great fucking question. But I don't know if this is the forum for it. All I'll say is real power isn't money or military might. It's physics. Physics is the only science. Everything else is stamp collecting. And if you... A couple of physicists ain't going fucking right. But the idea that there's been no advancement in physics in 50 years is Eric's thing. There's been no advancement. It's all been string theory. Something's fucking going on.
Okay, I did not know he talked about Eric Weinstein. That's awesome. I want to listen to just a little bit of this, guys. Go freaking subscribe. Check out this channel. It's live right now. All right, so we're not gonna watch too much of this. Watch 2 more seconds. I want to see where he's going with this real quick, because I'm interested. Because Eric Weinstein, I don't know. Sometimes he feels like he talks to talk, or to, I don't know, hear himself or something. Not to be rude. I'm not trying to be rude necessarily, but he just uses flowery language or technical terms, in my opinion, at times to just try to come off as knowledgeable. Not to say he isn't knowledgeable. I'm sure he's very knowledgeable in his subject, but in conveying information, I don't think he's necessarily the best. And I think I don't want to say pompous. I'm trying to think of the word I'm looking for. And again, it's just a different flavor of person, I suppose, or a different way of dressing things up, but meh. Anyway, I'm curious what this guy's take is.
It's a cover story. Something crazy's going on with physics. But that's neither here nor there. This is a weird thing of like 1,000 people going, this is boring, fucking get on with it. All right. Huh? I've got 2 careers. Occasionally I say smart things on podcasts, but this is what I'm best at. Any other heckles?
Oh, it was a heckle. That is, that's hilarious. Anyway, so yeah, check him out. That was really great. And you said you sent something else in the Discord here.
We have defeated every
I feel like I've seen this guy. Al Murray.
Single fucking country in the world.
Go ahead and give him a like. Let me go back and give
No, I think
give him a like. Damn, guys, go check him out. Man, what the hell?
we'll have to...
Hey, hold on. You literally just sent me this. I just opened it. Dokie. I don't know. What's it gonna do? I think it's the Soul Eater opening. But beside the point. Let's check out, who is this? Al Murray.
We've defeated every single fucking country in the world at war. Name a country, Gary.
Germany.
Germany, 1945, thank you very much. Very recent, job done, twice in 1 century. If only they'd tried again around 99, we got the fucking hat trick. Another country, please.
Argentina.
Argentina, 82, no help from no one else. And that, of course, was a war not for oil, but for penguins. Because we all know penguins are an essential ingredient in making Guinness, aren't they? You boil them up, the white stuff floats to the top, job done. Another country, please.
I don't know if there's a deeper context to that I'm missing, but for some reason that made me, I don't know if it's some weird word association or something, that made me giggle. All right, chuckle, rather. I chuckled.
Another one, France, thank you. We're in 1815 Waterloo, we haven't heard from them since. Yeah, another one, please. Canada, yeah, Canada used to be part of the British Empire, which means they're an ally of ours. As you know, being an ally of ours counts as losing to us.
Okay, that's funny.
Why else are the Canadians so miserable? Another one, please. Hey? Spain, 1588, Battle of the Armada. Thank you, sir. We haven't heard from them since. Another one. Uganda. That was an African colony, of course, that at one point used to belong to the Germans. And in 1919, the League of Nations, as you know, when the Treaty of Versailles, when the world was redivided, the African colonies were partitioned and separated between France and Great Britain. And we got Uganda as a result simply of it being defeat the Germans. We got given Uganda, which sounds like fucking winning there without even having to go there. Result. Another one, please. Another one. Another one. Need to go to more pub quizzes, love. Another one, please. Hey, United States. All right, okay. You're thinking War of Independence, America finds itself free of Great Britain. Yeah, they see that as a win. We see that as a lucky fucking escape. But let's not forget, in the War of 1812 to 1814, the Royal Navy sailed up the Potomac River, set fire to the White House, and the Americans had to whitewash it to cover up the fire damage, which is why it's called the White House. The Americans sued for peace at the end of 1814, even though they won a battle at the end of the war. The war's already over, the stupid fuckers were still fighting, even though they'd already lost. And that is America, and they've been working for us ever since. Another one, please.
Oh, this guy.
Belgium, of course, is a creation of the series of treaties that came out at the end of the Napoleonic Wars, the fallout of Waterloo 1815. It was the Duchy of Burgundy, of course, and the Netherlands states were divvied up into two buffer zones in order to prevent any one single power taking control of the Netherlands, which is, of course, our dangerous flank between Germany and France, and we don't like European hegemony of one power, and that's why Belgium and Holland were cut up into two and a buffer zone created. And I think if you create a country out of thin fucking air, you've won. Another one, please. Another one. Italy, yeah, 1943, folded early, didn't they? Another one, please. Burkina Faso. Hey? China. Opium War, 1860. Another one, please. Hey?
Burkina Faso.
Burkina Faso used to be a German colony. I refer to my previous answer. Another one, please. Hey? Norway, they used to be the Vikings, love. We saw them off in the end, didn't we? And look at that, that's a come down. Once they were Vikings, now look at them, Norwegians. That's a fucking collapse, isn't it? From horny helmets to horny helmets. Another one, please. Japan, we've got the Yanks to do it for us. Another one. Peru. What language do they speak in Peru, sir? Portuguese. No, they don't, actually. They speak Spanish. Yeah, which means in 1512, when Pope Julius XII divided the New World into two sections down the line of longitude 129, the stuff to the east of that went to Portugal, which is why they speak Portuguese in Brazil. The stuff to the west of that went to Spain, which means Peru was technically part of Spain when we defeated Spain in 1588, Battle of the Armada. So we done Peru without even having a visit.
That's, yo, I love it. Okay, we'll let it finish.
Can't argue with it.
Oh, okay, that was good. Okay, that was funny. I'll check him out though. Yeah, Al Murray. Hey, Crystal. Good morning, good night, all the good stuff. Hope you're having a good day. It's been a long one, but a good one. Anyway, that was solid. That was funny. Oof. Appreciate the recommendations. But lots of cope. Solid and quick. Beautiful dogs. I might have to look that one up. Oh, Shane Gillis. Okay, got you. Now I've seen Shane Gillis. I think I like him. He seems solid. And plus, it's just like things I've seen him on and clips I've seen him on. Just seems kind of like a reasonable guy and pretty funny, you know. Kind of knows how to do. I want to say knows how to do comedy as if like I'm some sort of arbiter, but just there's like a down to earthness that he displays, in my opinion, that is comfy, I guess. So. Really? All right, Shane Gillis. Funny, but lots of cope. No, I'm just kidding. You said... Beautiful dogs. There we go. Oh my gosh. Just wait for another. All right, XX, take it easy. Be safe out there. Appreciate you for hanging out. We're on every day except for when we're not. But the schedule is becoming ever more consistent, sort of, kind of. So check back when you're bored, in between things, need an escape, or to plug in. I don't know. Whatever it is. Take care. He said his take on autism is great. He has autistic family for the people that cry. Wait, what are you talking? Are you talking about Trump or with the Tylenol situation, or are you talking about something else? I don't know what you're talking about. Maybe I'm just missing something. Oh, I'm sorry. You're talking about you're talking about Shane Gillis. Holy shit. I realized that right before you sent it. Oh my gosh, that is so funny. Okay, it's probably not even funny. I'm probably just hallucinating, guys. I'm tired. No. He said, okay, so let me reread that. His take on autism is great. He has autistic family. He said maybe Down syndrome. Yeah, I've heard something along the lines there somewhere, and that he just seems like a respectable person. He seems like he's mindful. It's fun to, you know, joke around and bust each other's balls and shit like that, but there's a way to do it, like, respectfully, in good fun and good taste, and, you know, things like that. And it just seems as though he's good at that, right? So not to say I don't like extremes and stuff like that. It's like, oh, who's trying to police comedy? Not like that, but I mean, like, people are ganging up on somebody or something like that. That's kind of lame. And it just seems, I would think he's not really like that in that sense. If a person can't, like, defend themselves and be like, you know, like, taking the shots back and everything. So Gillian Keeves. To check that. Thanks for having stuff looking up. Yeah, I do. I get that. I'm telling you, something new to check out. And I mean, if you haven't already, I mean, we've probably talked about this, right? No, we talked about that. I've put you on already, or you've been put on. You must have seen the Elephant Graveyard. Probably, you know, maybe I'm overhyping it. It's more of a narrative, at least what I'm thinking of when I recommend them. But yeah. Oh my gosh. Well, y'all that are just waking up, welcome, welcome. Those across the pond, we could liven it up a bit, but I'm liking the chill mode. Some of you are getting up, some of you are going to sleep. It's a vibe. Entire show? You saying the entire show? Oh my gosh. Brick wall waterfall. I like your name. No. No. There's many flavors here. I feel like I explained myself so many times. But if you're interested, just stick around. You'll see what's up. I mean, we're in chill mode at this point. So I'm just kind of hanging out. But I appreciate you for stopping by. It's a hangout at this point. Oh, his sitcom tires. Christopher. That's I mean that's an answer. You could say you love him and you hate him and you love him. I mean, there's, you know, he might say something that I like and I might be like, I like that. He might say something that I don't like and I might be like, I don't like that, right? It's like the Epstein files, I don't like that, right? So that's how I try to approach kind of everything, and got a lot of different moderators, a lot of different viewpoints, blah blah blah. I tried to encapsulate all this in the I think there's supposed to be like a greeting message or something, and they only give you like a very few characters to actually write out the little greeting message or whatever it is when people come in. So maybe it doesn't convey everything, but again, if you're looking for fast food, you might have to keep looking. I don't know. You'd have been better off earlier when it was a little bit more poppin'. No, you're totally good. No, I'm sorry. Listen, I just get asked a lot, or sometimes I feel as though I'm repeating myself, which is, totally makes sense because like new people come through, right? And I just thought, man, if I could just post something. In fact, that's what I'm gonna do, right? I'm gonna type out, because I could do this, right? I could go bada bam, bada bow, right? Hold up. Boom. So now it's gonna be like, welcome to the, blah, blah, blah. So I need to have one for my viewpoints, I guess. Like the whole fucking diatribe I always go down, right? That way when people ask, I can just hit the button or have Nightbot respond or something, right? Anyway, sorry, I'm just thinking out loud. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I might be operating on fumes at this point, which is, that's why I'm just saying we're in chill mode. I don't even think I'm going to turn on the game at this point. Yeah. Probably just going to die if I play it and get frustrated. So Fallout 4 might have to wait until maybe tonight, maybe. Crystal, I don't know if you're lurking and just listening, but I know we've been talking about playing Zomboid. I've been meaning to play Zomboid. Don't know what your schedule looks like, but if I'm on later today or tonight and you're free, we could also do some Zomboid instead of Fallout. We'll shoot for it. We'll see. I don't know. I'm so bad at I feel like getting up with people on this stuff. I'm trying to though. Don't tell me to go to bed. Okay, guys, sleep stream. Let me turn the camera over to my bed and no, I'm just kidding. You guys be scrolling on lives and you see those? I'm like, that's interesting. That's kind of crazy. I mean, I don't know. It'd be working for people though, so I can see the appeal to some extent, but I'm like, ugh. I'm trying to grind, don't get me wrong, but that's a whole hell of a lot of grind. I prefer the chill grind. Put more sugar in your Coke, you right? I should put 3 spoons of sugar in my Coke. That would probably get me up and going. What's in the background? What the hell are you talking about? That's the black hole. Sir Cross, welcome. I know you. I mean, you know what it is. So I'm confused. What background are you talking about? A hand? What the hell? You're tripping me out. In the background. Are you talking about? I talk about. I'm so confused. What hand? Are you sure it's not? Like, I don't even know. Sir Cross, are you drunk? Oh, that's subscribers, guys. Current subscribers. When you subscribe, it goes up. It actually, I had it looking right, but it kind of blends in and stuff. I need to fix that so it kind of pops out and you can kind of see it better. I have this weird filtering thing going on with it where I'm using another picture, so that's why it's kind of hard to see. Anyway, it doesn't even matter. That's to answer your question. That's what that is. We're on the road to 1 million subscribers, guys. We are making great strides. All right. Oh, fuck. Guys, I know what this is. I haven't actually, we have talked about this before, but if you're seeing hands, I know what it is. Alright, give me a second, y'all. Maybe we will do up some paranormal talk tonight. Anyway, I gotta deal with something. Bear with me, guys. Bear with me. Spirits. Spirits. But hey, we've gotten to a good point here. Hold up, let me pause the music. Or the music, rather. This is an Electric Gems channel. But anyway, appreciate y'all for hanging out. This was fun. This was nice. Hit the like, hit the sub, all the good stuff. But remember, if you get too close to the black hole, you will be sucked in.